Stream is starting. The Captain Coder at the helm. Bean water is ready. Today we will learn a lot. He loves the questions, he loves to sing. Join our Discord and follow him.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you, wherever you happen to be in the world. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Captain Coder here on this beautiful Sunday. Folks, it's Sunday. It's 8:40. It's like 5 hours after I normally start streaming, but it's a wonderful day to be here. It's a wonderful day to have the whole crew with us. Expanded Cube, great to see you again. BK, Dramolx, Caverly, Shy Programmer, Idrinth, Codebug. We have the whole crew with us here on this beautiful Sunday. Thank you guys so much for joining me. Hope you're having a beautiful Sunday out there. Folks, it's Game Jam month. Learn You a Game Jam's coming up, and so we gotta spend some time. We're gonna spend some time this month making lots of little tiny games, trying to learn something new every day if we can. It's hard to learn something new every day, but we're gonna do our best. Ascertainment. It's great to see you, Ascertainment. How you doing on this beautiful day? That's right, Code Monk. Captain Coder's Learn You a Game Jam is coming up this month, June 19th to July 3rd. June 19th, July 3rd, 2 whole weeks of fun, 2 whole weeks of learning, 2 whole weeks of sharing and growing and communicating with the crew, getting everyone there. It's been a year already, BK, I know, isn't it wild? I can't believe it. It's mind-blowing, mind-blowing. Red it's great to have you. I don't have the fancy mug today, I'm sorry. I just got my Saguaro. This is the other one's a Saguaro National Park mug too, but this one's just as good. Just as good, maybe not as fancy. Not as fancy, but look. That tea tastes just as good coming out of this one. Ascertainment, I am doing absolutely wonderful on this beautiful Sunday. This one is a fancy mug as well. Oh yeah, what makes the mug fancy? I was thinking the shape is what made it fancy, but apparently it's just the colors. It's not a plain mug. It's a fancy mug with all the colors. Look at that beautiful skyline there. Oh yeah, look at those saguaro. These are the most beautiful cactus in the world, in my opinion. You have leaf waters in a beautiful. Yeah, I know it's late in the day. It's late in the day for me. It's 8:40 here. Normally I stream at 4 a.m. No bean water now. I try not to drink bean water all day. I've had 2 cups of bean water today. I'm on a leaf water now. Non-caffeinated leaf water. It's kind of sweet. No sugar added, but it's like an elm throat. It's good for your throat. Keeps those vocal cords going. Keep those vocals. Those are real cacti. All the other are just mini cactus. Yeah, I love these. They're like trees. These things get huge. They're awesome. Sidrin, great to see you. Welcome back. Happy Sunday. Congratulations on your number 7, by the way. It's so fabulous to see all you beautiful people. Proton, thank you so much for coming by. I hope you're doing well. Proton, if you have that demo, send me a link again. I want to see it. I'm glad you were able to get your demo done. Yesterday we were super busy with with Mechanically Challenged, so I didn't get a chance to check it out. But send me the link. Let's check it out again today. I know you posted the link. I didn't get to check it. Didn't get a chance to check it out. Sidrin with the hat. Let's get a hat on here. Proton, how the heck have you been? Great to have you. Yeah, let's check it out. Proton, awesome. Thank you so much. Oh, BK with another hat. Proton, I hope you've been well, my friend. I hope everyone's doing well. It's so cool to be here on a Sunday in the middle of the day. Oh, with the 3rd hat. Let's get another hat added. You guys are crazy. You guys are crazy. Look, 3 hats. 3 hats. It might be too hot. Normally in the morning, it's cool. It is already, what's the temperature outside? 80 degrees outside. Let's get another hat added to the stack. The 5th hat. We got all these hats. 4 hats. 5 hats. There we go. Let's end it, boys. That's right, Sidrin. Glad to have you. Proton, let's see. Proton said, oh, Proton with the hat. That's what it was. But Proton with the bonus hat. Did I miss a hat? I think this is all of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hats. Holy cannoli. 6 hats, and we've only been streaming for what? 2 minutes, 3 minutes? You know. Ooh, Expanded Cuber, almost out of points. Someone can send you some points. BK with the bonus hat. Let's go with the bonus hat here. Oh yeah. 108 points. You got to do points give. Try points give. Let's see if that'll work for you. Points give, perhaps? Oh man, BK's got a lot of points over there. All right, let's take a look at this link here. Let me see if I can get this open. Let me try it here. There we go, expanded Cuber with the bonus hat. You guys taking me out. Taking me out. Take me out to the hat game. And take me out to the fun. Siler Atomic is here with us. Hope there is a warm enough hat, man. Yeah, it's pretty warm. I forgot, like, I'm not sure if the AC is working in this room or not. I'm like not feeling any airflow. I'm like, oof, oof. Might see me turn into a tomato here. Might see me turn into a tomato. It is 80 degrees right now. 80 F2C. Let's see what that is. So it is 26 degrees Celsius. 26.6 degrees Celsius right now. So it's a little spicy. It's a little spicy for all these hats. It's usually much cooler. BK goes, dang. Yeah, it's 26.6 C right now. In this room, I don't know. I broke my little thermometer, or what was it called? The thermostat. I had a little thermostat that I keep around. Thermostat, is that the right word? Checks the temperature. Not 100%. 26 rookie numbers. Yeah, that it's 31 here. It's gonna get up to. My watch says it's supposed to get up to 102 today. 102 F to C. So it's supposed to get up to 38.8 today. This is what temperature it's going to get up to this afternoon. So it's going to get spicy in here. Not in this room. Not in there. The real question is the air moisture percent. Low. So almost no humidity here. Almost no humidity here. Where's the stream's been silent? I've been busy. This term has been crazy busy for me with work, with school. So the streams, I've been lacking, I know. My schedule's been Monday, Wednesday, Saturday, 3 hours. So I've been super short on stream time just because I've been so busy with work. But work is winding up. My last day of classes is June 12th. Captain Coder's Learning to Game Jam is coming up on June 19th, which I'm super excited about. And so I hope everyone will consider joining. If you have time, you don't have to make anything big. I'm going to show you. All you got to do is make little tiny things, but focus on learning something new. Yeah, I've been super busy. Oh, you're asking where BK dev streams have been. Yeah, BK, I'm looking forward to your streams coming back. Folks, also be sure to go vote on a theme here. Don't forget to vote on a theme. Don't forget to vote on or suggest themes. Gonna learn something new every day. That's what we're gonna try and do here today. And I'm gonna start off with, I've been putting this off for a long, I almost forgot. Proton, let's watch your video here. Let's watch Proton. Proton put together a demo here. Let me get the audio working 1 second. Let's hit the, hang on, there's a button I can press. There's an enhance button so we can see the whole screen. Let me stop this music. Let's turn on the desktop. Let's start that over. Proton, thank you so much for sharing this with us. This is Proton's. Probably need to turn the audio down a little bit on it. Let me know how the audio is. Complex. Very nice. That's right. Give me a link to the Game Jam. Is there a command? There it is. Game Jam. Right there. Thank you, BK. Look at that. Look at that. This is Amiga. Proton, thank you so much for sharing this all. How's the volume? Let me know if it's way too loud. I can turn it down a little bit more if it's too loud. Turn that chat off so we can see it a little bit better. Proton, yeah, buddy. All right. But he did never release any AGA stuff. Glad to have it. Full Dev, welcome back to the stream. That's what I'm saying. Get that pizza and look at that fractal. Look at that fractal. Look at that render. Oh yeah, cool. I feel like I'm in the like early 90s, late 80s, like a movie intro here, right? This is so cool. Proton, excellent work. Yeah, Mandelbrot. Exactly, full dev. That's what I'm saying. I'm feeling like, oh, that's great. Beautiful. Proton, thank you so much for sharing this with us. Hotline Miami vibes. Absolutely. This is what the future looked like, right? Back then. Oryx, great to have you here, my friend. Happy Sunday. I'm gonna be streaming in the afternoons and stuff. Vibing game. I'm so glad you're here. I'm glad you're able to make it into the stream chat. Sorry I didn't reply to you on Discord. I've just been crazy busy, all kinds of stuff going on. I'm backed up on all my stuff. Let's get another hat added to this stack. Let's get another hat. At least I gotta pick the right hat to make sure they all stay on. Proton, thank you so much for sharing that with us. Fantastic stuff. Fantastic stuff there. Let's get another hat added to this stack. All right, I gotta pick carefully here. Oryx, thank you for the hat redeem. There we go. But vibing games, glad you brought the vibes with you. I'm sorry your account got like blocked or something. I don't know what happened to it. The IKEA hat, yeah, the IKEA idea hat. Proton, thank you so much for sharing that with us. Amazing stuff. Amazing stuff. It's like you guys, your programming is just like so far beyond. What did you like the head at the end? Did I like the head at the end? Absolutely. Absolutely. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. The head here is insane. Look at that. Look at that 3D render here in Amiga. Look at that. Holy moly. How many vertexes does it have? Looks like a bunch. How do we even do that on the Amiga? Insane. 30,100 surfaces. Holy moly. That's amazing. That's amazing. Proton, thank you so much for sharing it. 1,524 vertices, 3,100 surfaces. That's a lot. That's insane for the Amiga. It feels insane for the Amiga. What are the hardware specs on the Amiga, Proton? What are those hardware specs? All right, folks, what are we working on today? We are going to be making some stuff for Lunar Game Jam, small prototypes in preparation for Lunar Game Jam. How many prototypes can we make this month? My goal is to make like 10. My goal is to try and make 10 games this month, 10 small games. They don't have to be big games, but they need to have like, you start the game, you play the game, you can like collect stuff, you can learn. So this first game I'm gonna make, I want to see if I can learn. I've been wanting to learn about this for a long time now. I've been wanting to learn about it for a long time. I am wanting to see Unity's visual scripting. I've never really taken a chance to try and learn it, but I think I want to give it a shot here and see if we can do something, see if we can learn something. And what's the theme? We don't have a theme yet. Game Jam's coming up. The Game Jam's coming up. It's 16 days. You got plenty of time to join. June 19th to July 3rd. Suggest your theme. So we'll be doing a vote on the themes. Theme suggestions are going to go here. On this page, you can suggest a theme. If you have ideas for themes, post them. Put them in there. We only have a few suggestions so far, but get your theme suggestions in. It was an AGA intro, so the A1200 or A4000 requires fast CPU 68060. Okay, so the faster version, CPU 68060. I'm wondering, it's still tiny processor compared to modern days. So it's like a 133. It's like a Pentium 133. 50 megahertz up to, if it's overclocked. Otherwise, just 50 megahertz. That's wild. That's still wild. Incredible stuff, though. Absolutely, absolutely incredible stuff. I want to wait. The A1200 had a 68020, right? Intensi Code ask. Intensi Code, welcome back to the stream, by the way. Great to have you here. Oh, this is with the port. I got my portals working, by the way. Oh, or one way portal working here. I'm gonna create a new project though. But yeah, I got the. It doesn't go back in. I haven't finished the script there, but we did get a little bit of portals. I got the rotation code working on it as well. So whatever rotation you are as you go in, let's see if I reset this here. So I think this is set up so that the character's falling in face first, so you can see, no, it's falling in not face first. Oh, sideways. Let's get the character falling in face first. That'd be 90, 180. All right, so they'll fall in face first, and they're gonna, and it's at a slight angle, so they should come at a slight angle on this other one. Over there, boom, there they are, slight angle. So I got that rotation set up. Dukasoft, welcome back to the stream, great to have you here. We're gonna close this project. I'll be working on this a little bit more in the future, but I wanna create a new project. We're gonna be looking at doing scriptable, visual scripting in Unity today. I'm gonna see if I can learn a little bit about visual scripting in Unity today. I've never done it, but let's start by making a repository for our project. So I'm gonna show you guys, anyone who's not familiar with making a repository, sign up for GitHub. Repositories are a fantastic way to store your code, store your projects, and have what's called version control. You can keep going back in time, save your work, progress as you go. So it's always a great way to start. So I'm gonna create a new repository here, part of my Captain Coder GitHub. Doesn't have to be on GitHub, but I like to use GitHub. There's a lot of other places to host it as well. And we're gonna do learn you a visual scripting. So I'm gonna learn a little bit about visual scripting. I want to make a little game just called like Collection Quest, where I have a player that moves around, collects items, and scores points. So once you collect all the items in the level ends, maybe go to multiple levels in that way. But I'm gonna see if I can make a whole game here on stream today. I don't know if I'll be able to get it done, but we're gonna try. Go ahead and make this public. I've done very little visual scripting, so this is a new thing for me. Let's create a Unity here. So it's going to prevent all of our massive Unity files. We're going to reduce the number of files we have to store here by doing this. Go ahead and create this repository. And let's go ahead and pull this down. So we can do this in a bunch of different ways. I like to use the command line, but there are tools to do this as well. GitHub Desktop is one of them. But I'm going to go ahead and do mine here in Visual Studio Code from the command line. That's just how I like to do it. Another way I could do it is, let's do it not from the command line. So I have Visual Studio Code here. I'm going to open up my command palette. I usually do Control-Shift-P, but you can click here like this. And we're just going to do a git clone from GitHub, and it's going to show me all of my GitHub repositories. I have hundreds of them, but we see that I happen to have the one I just created here. It's most recent. GitHub sort of tells us the order that they were last modified, last accessed. I'm going to click there. I'm going to come down. I'm going to find where I want to put it. For me, I'm going to put it on my D drive. I have a folder for all of my Git repositories. I'm going to put mine in my captaincoder.org, and then this is where I'm going to put it. Let's select this folder here. captaincoder.org, select repository destination. So it's going to actually clone it out there. I'm going to go and open it in a new Visual Studio Code window. Doesn't matter that much. This is just going to create a new directory for me that I can actually put my stuff in. But this cloned it out to me on my computer. Now I'm going to go to Unity Hub. I'm going to create a new project. It's going to be a 2D project. It's going to be a collection quest. So it's just a game. It's going to be a platformer. You move around, you collect items, you collect coins to get points. Maybe we'll have some time to add enemies in, but to start out, I just want to make it so I can move around, collect coins, and update like an on-screen score. Okay, so I'm going to create this project here. I'm going to put it into the place where I just downloaded, so captaincoder.org, and it should be called Learn You a Visual Scripting. We're going to put the project right here. All right, collection quest. All right, create a project like this. And we're going to see if we can do some visual scripting today. I want to say I've basically done no visual scripting. I've had zero success with it in Unity just because I haven't taken the time to learn it. But that's what we're going to force ourselves to learn today. Focus on learning that. I have been programming so long, I always want to go straight to the code. But I have found visual scripting for some students of mine to be incredibly useful for thinking through the logic and understanding how things are wired together. So we're going to give it a practice. We're going to give it a try ourselves today. All right, so Unity is loading that up here while we wait for that to happen. Let's go learn a little bit more about Learn You a Game Jam. Let's listen to this guy here. He's going to tell us a little bit about Learn You a Game Jam. One sec, I gotta switch to my audio on here. Welcome to Captain Coder's Learn You a Game Jam. I am Captain Coder. Captain Coder is me, and me is a computer science educator. And Captain Coder wants you to learn something new about game dev, whether it's your first time programming, whether it's the first time doing pixel art, whether it's the first time making music, whether it's the first time working on a team. I want you to learn something new because in this community, we learn and code and grow together as a crew. In this game jam, the goal isn't to make the best game possible. The goal is to learn as much as possible, and I believe you can do it. And when you submit a game to this game jam, you are encouraged to also submit a devlog, blog, or vlog describing the resources you used, what you learned, and how others can utilize it. That said, just by submitting a devlog, vlog, or blog, you are entered to win $50. We're going to be Devro, thank you so much for the raid. Have a beautiful day. Thank you for the raid. Keep coding, keep growing, keep being the best you can be. You're welcome back anytime. We are preparing for Captain Coder's Learn You a Game Jam, which is starting on June 19th. You got plenty of time. It's about 2 weeks away. You got 16 days to get ready for it. It's 2 weeks long, so there's going to be 2 full weekends for Learn You a Game Jam. The goal is to learn something new during it. Shadow TJ NL, thank you so much for the follow. Shadow TJ, thank you so much. Thank you for being here. But yeah, we are learning about Learn You a Game Jam. We're getting going on it. And you can win prizes just by submitting something, telling people what you learned about. You're entered to win $50. And then 2 people are going to win the grand prizes, $250 each, for sharing something incredible with the community. You're going to try and teach us about what you learned, how you learned it, and how we can do the same. So today we are learning about visual scripting. But Shadow TJ, thank you so much for being here. Devro, thank you so much for the raid. Folks, be sure to go follow Devro. Incredible person, incredible streamer, incredible game dev. Check him out, 3D artist extraordinaire. But yeah, the Captain Coder's Learn You a Game Jam starting on June 19th, so plenty of time to get going to it. Hatman Coder, take a look at this one. I'll get into the museum. We got to focus. I'll take a quick look. Proton, but I got to focus. We only have so much time to try and make a little game here. Preserving the demo scene project, enhancing the visibility of the demo scene, and preserving cultural heritage. The Preserving the Demo Scene project. The Preserving the Demo Scene project involves the digitization of the history and present of the demo scene, as well as the production of a documentary film about the phenomenon. A key component is the interviewing of demo scene enthusiasts. The project enhances visibility of this demo scene and the availability and access to cultural heritage materials. Very cool. Very cool. When is the documentary coming out? Documentary film about demo scene, or is it already out? The man with the 100 hats, David Winsens. Welcome back to the stream. Great to have you. It's a postal museum. This sounds really cool. This sounds really. Thank you for sharing this. Finnish Postal Museum, preserving the demo scene. Is there a documentary we can actually watch? Whoa. Whoa. Where is this? Very cool. This is so cool. I wish I lived nearby this. Whoa, that's awesome that they're doing this. They're doing a project on a whole thing in the museum. Whoa, very cool. Zombie Coder, yo. Welcome back to the stream. Great to have you. Proton, thank you so much for sharing. This is really cool. I will get into the museum. You're going to be an exhibit here. That's so cool. Based on the digital material, I want to find this documentary. Or is it out yet? Are they in the process of doing it? Oh, I got to find out more. Thank you guys so much for being here. But yeah, we're going to learn a little bit about visual scripting. Unity should be loaded here. All right, so here's our basic. We're going to do a 2D project here. We're going to do a 2D project. Let's start out by creating a player character for us. Okay. I'm curious. I kind of want to do tile map stuff. Let's keep it simple. We're going to keep it simple. Are you using the experimental graph view? 100 Acres over on YouTube. Great to see you again. Are you using the experimental graph view? I'm not sure what that is. But I'm going to do the visual scripting. I think it's called Bolt. Visual scripting. Yeah, so whatever this is, we're going to use this thing. And I haven't really used it before, but we're going to give it a shot. We're going to look at it a little bit. Zombie Coder, it's great to see you again. I hope you're having a beautiful day. Yeah. Woof. I'm going to take a deep breath here. Let me get some music going again. Just a little music over here. There we go. Graph view. There's an experimental graph view. Is that different than the graph view that I'm currently, like the default that I'm about to look at? The answer is probably not. The API's experiment might be changed or removed in the future. Yeah, so I don't think I'm going to do this. I don't, unless this is the default in Unity 2023. It's a good question. Maybe I should. Probably not, just because I want to show people how I go about learning something new, how they can learn something new as well. Need job coder, welcome back to the stream. Great to have you here. I made a very silly tower defense game, very bad, silly graphics, pretty much the opposite of the awesome Amiga demo we looked at, using Flutter Flame high-level 2D game engine. The interesting part made this, made this in a few days only. Yeah, that's what I'm going for. Learning Flutter Flame. Flutter Flame game engine feels very easy to work with for simple games. Anyone ever looked at this engine? I haven't even heard of it. Patrick with another hat. Let's get another hat on this stack. Thank you so much. Thank you for the link, 100 Acres. All right, or did 100 Acres send that link? Yeah, thank you for the link. Let's get another hat added to the stack here. We're gonna do this one. We're gonna do this one. We're getting crazy. We're getting crazy. There we go. There we go. What do we think of that? What do we think of that? We might have a hat stack collapse here. Atomic with another hat. Let's get another hat on here. This one's not gonna fit well. This one's not, the order was poor. Poorly thought. Let's get another hat. There we go. Nice wizard hat there on top. Oh boy. We might have a hat stack collapse here. All right. Got to be very, very steady. Steady, easy. Uh-oh, I'm just feeling pretty unstable. Bonus hat. Patrick, thank you for the bonus hat. Now I can stabilize it. Now I can stabilize it. See, I was trying to debate when to put this one on, because this one has a nice strap. There we go. There we go. 18 was the max. We're getting close. I have 3 left. We'll see how we do. There must be a game and a guy with stacked hats. Yeah, maybe we make the hat stack game. The game of hat stacking. Thank you for the hat. I found out about this graph view, so I've been learning more about it. Set up your own visual scripting like Unreal Engine has, but you have to code the graph yourself. Oh, I like that idea. Let's get another. Oh. We're down to beanies. We're down to meanie beanies here. Let's see if we can get this. Lance, thank you for the bonus. There we go. There we go. Roar. Roar was a machine learning platform that I don't think is around anymore, but maybe it is. Thank you for the hat. There we go. There we go. Thank you for the link there, 100 Acres. Appreciate that. Okay, so my main idea here, and maybe I'll end up adding in some tile set stuff if I can later. Let's start with something really easy, simple, straightforward. Let's create a square. It's going to represent a player for us. It's going to be our player. Okay, and I'm just going to make my player here. I'm going to make them green. And we'll ooh, that's a terrible looking green. There we go. Green. Beautiful. Beautiful. Let's add in another player. Be careful with your hat posture. I know. I gotta be careful. This is the video series I've been watching for it. Very cool. 100 Acres, very cool. We'll have to check. We'll have to share that. If you could, on the Discord, there's a resource sections for it that I think could be really fun. A really good place for it. I have a player. And we're gonna add in a rigid body. This lets us interact with physics. So we're gonna add a rigid body like this. Rigid body 2D, since we're in 2D. And it's our player here, so we're gonna set the collision detection to continuous, so that way if we're moving too fast, we don't go through walls. This is something that you don't wanna turn on everything, but it is nice for our player character here. This gives it gravity, so when I hit play here, oh, hang on, I gotta set a setting here for me. Maybe I shouldn't change this setting. It's a little bit tricky, but for my speed, I will do it. This makes it our player will fall by gravity. There's nothing for our player to land on. All right, 1 second. I'm gonna change a setting here to make my project reload a little bit faster, to start a little bit faster. I'm gonna make it so we reload the scene, but we don't reload the domain. Okay. Reloading domain is important if you're doing stuff with static in your, but now it'll start a little bit faster. Let me put this off to the side. So our player will fall when we start up like that. I want to create a platform for our player to land on. And so what I can do to do that is make another 2D object here. I'm gonna go ahead and make this one a square as well. And then I'm gonna shift it down, switch to the move tool, move it down. But let's make it a little bit wider. So I'm gonna change the scale here. We're gonna go ahead and make this Oop, wrong direction. In our X direction, let's make it nice and wide here. So we have a platform for our player to land on. Nice and simple platform here. We have to add in a box collider 2D or a collider for it. So we're gonna add in a box collider that's gonna give it a platform that we will physically collide with. If we start it here, our player is gonna fall right through it. And that's because our player also needs a box collider or a collider of some type. I'm gonna do a box collider here. So now when I run, my player has a box on it. It will land on it as it falls. So they interact with each other. So this is using Unity's 2D physics system, which is called Box 2D. Box 2D is a physics system that Unity uses for 2D physics simulations. Okay, the next thing I wanna do is I wanna try and actually add in some player controls here to make it so my player can interact and do stuff. And I think the way to do this is we add in a script machine. Okay, so I'm gonna add a script machine to my player, and we're gonna create a new script for our player. So rather than writing any code, I'm gonna go ahead and do this using a script machine, which I'm pretty new to. So we're gonna create a new script here, and I'm gonna create a folder for this, all the scripts. I'm gonna call this one my player movement controller. Okay, player movement controller. And now I can edit the graph. And so this is about as much as I know about this. I do know Unity decently well. I know Unity decently well. I would say like 5 to 10% of Unity I know and understand. There's a lot of libraries I've never used. There's a lot of things about Unity I've never used. But I've made quite a few small prototype games with it. So using this, we can explore the different features, the different objects, the different inputs we can use for our player for Unity here. All right, so it opened this up on another screen for me. Let me go ahead. I'm going to nest this in here. And then I think there's a maximize option. Okay, so here's our graph. Here's our graph. And we can add in some nodes and stuff for it. Okay. The first thing I want to do is I want to add in a variable. How do I add in a variable? I think if I right click variable, is this how I add a variable? Float, I can't remember. Okay, try the variable type. So it would be a float, is this right? Float. I want it to be something that can be set in the inspector. All right. Oh, variable right here. Graph variables. All right. We're going to add a new variable. Please enter a variable name. All right. This is going to be our speed variable. Okay. And it's going to be a float. Floating point values are values that can be include decimal points. So I could do like 7.5. So a floating point number is a number that can include decimals. Integers are number types that are whole numbers. You can't put decimal points on them. So for our purposes, we're going to go with a float. And let's go ahead and set it to 10 to start out. Might need to be faster, might need to be slower. But what we're going to do is in our physics system, I think it's going to be in our physics system, we want to add in a new... Because we're using 2D physics, we need to do it in our fixed update. On update happens every frame. This will conflict a little bit with our physics system. I want to create a event. Let me actually just search here. Right click, fixed update, on fixed update. Okay, so it's gonna say during our physics frame, we're gonna move our player based on their speed and the direction of input. Sorry, I think I need to get another node in here. And we're gonna search for axis. Is this right? Get axis. All right, so we're gonna get the axis here. And the axis name is horizontal. So this is the player's left and right on the joystick here. What is this collection quest for a tool? G-Light, welcome into the stream. Gel-Light, is it G-Light, G-E-Light, Gel-Light? Welcome to the stream. Let me know what I should call you, but glad to have you here. What are we working on? We are trying to learn something new here every day, making new prototypes in a variety of different things. We're using Unity's visual scripting language right now. Collection Quest is gonna be a small little game we make. where we have a player moving around collecting items on the screen. So I want to see if I can make a little thing. This is my first time using Unity's scripting, visual scripting tool. That's almost true. Almost the first time I use visual scripting tool. So during our fixed update, we're going to, so in our fixed update, I think this might not work. We'll find out though. It's a Unity based it's a Unity based tool. And yeah, it's built into Unity. It's built into Unity. So we have our horizontal axis. What I want to do is based on this input, I want to set, remember how we added a rigid body to our player? Rigid body controls the player's velocity. What I want to do is, based on the input, update the rigid body here. Okay, so I need to do a rigid body. Yeah, so we have a rigid body. And I want to, rigid body, I want to set rigid body.set velocity. All right, there's going to be some interesting stuff here. Might be set, so we can set the velocity. So we're going to get the axis. And then we want to, we need to transform this in some way. I want to take my float value here and modify my XY value based on this. So I need to, I don't think I can pass this in here because notice the types don't match. I need to take this horizontal value, turn it into a vector. And then set the velocity for the X direction in that way. I'm not sure if this flow makes sense. Again, this is me being new to visual scripting. So if anyone has some tips on visual scripting, help me out a little bit. I need to multiply or set speed value 10. Multiply. Did you buy more hats since last time I was here? I don't remember seeing this many before. We have 18 hats in this room. It's just we happen to get enough people. I'm wearing I think 15 hats right now. No, I'm wearing 14 hats because I have 2 hats left. I have 2 hats left. So I think I'm wearing 14 hats right now. Multiply. Here. Is this right? I can't pass that in. I want to take multiply this, and then I need a vector 2 literal. It's interesting here. I want to set just the Y. I pass this in like that, and then pass this out here. Okay. So the idea here is we take the user's input in the left-right direction. We multiply it. I need like one more multiplication in here. Can I put my speed? Oh, I bet this is what I need to do. I need to do variable. Get variable object. I want to have someone help me out. I want to get this variable. There we go. Get speed. This is our speed. All right, so we're going to take our speed and remove that. And we're going to, let me remove this. It's a right click. There we go. Right click. All right, we're going to take our speed. And we're going to multiply the axis by it to get like a velocity. I want to set just the Y. I set just the Y. I could also add a force. That's another option. Volt. It's fabulous to see, my friend. I am learning about Unity's visual scripting tool today. So we're preparing for Learn You a Game Jam. And you know, the whole premise of Learn You a Game Jam is to learn something new and then share it with the community. So I'm going to try and learn something new every day this month. We'll see if it happens. And I want to learn something new every day this month by making as many prototype games as possible. And today I'm learning about Unity's visual scripting tool. And I've never really used it before. I feel like I know enough about Unity to like muscle my way through it a little bit, but this will be fun because I typically avoid visual scripting, but I've seen some really cool stuff with node-based visual scripting, and I think it could be a really useful tool for people who are nervous about learning code to be able to use this and have confidence in being able to visualize the flow of events, the flow of how variables and stuff change throughout the code. So that's what we have here. That's what I'm doing here. So I have my axis, I have my variable. I'm going to multiply those together. And then I want to, there's something I need to do that I don't quite understand. I want to set just the x value of my rigid body's velocity. So I want to set the x value of my rigid body. And so I'm wondering if I can do that. Normally in code, I would get the velocity, set a value, then update it. So I kind of want to vector to, by the way, the visual scripting package also comes with a state machine graph, which you can use with anything that requires a state machine like AI. Very cool. I did not know that. That sounds cool. Vector 2.x. Here we go. So we can get a vector 2 and we can set the x value. Set x. So we have to have an incoming vector. We're going to set the x value to this. Okay. And let's get our rigid body. Rigid body 2D. Rigid body 2D dot velocity. Get velocity. Okay. So we have a velocity. And so we're going to have that coming in here. And then we need to set the velocity. See, I'm not quite sure. This is the thens going on with this. Okay. It's something that I want to do to get into someday because it seems like a cleaner than doing it through code. Some things I think look really nice in visual scripting. Some things I think look really scary. But yeah, we're going to get the axis. And then we're going to set the x on this. And then I think we need to do a rigid body. Oh, play is not what I wanted to do. That's cool to see all the node. I didn't know that we'd see the nodes running like that. That was kind of cool for a second. I pressed Control P thinking that would add a new node. I don't know why my brain thought that. Rigid body 2D.set velocity. Okay, so the idea is that we'll set the velocity like this. Ooh, I can't connect that node there. That's interesting. Vector 2.set. Would this not be a vector 2? I'm curious, I can't connect that there. What is the output value here? It's a good question. Today I'm learning about visual scripting. I'm not sure what I'm going to be learning every day, but at the very least, I'm going to be showing people cool things that I have learned. Or just pick something random from the Unity. We're not even just doing Unity. I'm gonna be doing stuff in Godot. So part of it is like, can I learn stuff in Godot? So I'm planning to do a little bit of GDScript, which I've never done before. So I'm excited for that. I want to do a little bit in GameMaker as well. I was thinking we might try some stuff in Unreal. I've never done Unreal, so we might try some stuff in that. I'm surprised. What is the type of this? What is the output type here? So I get the velocity. Is this actually setting the I don't think this is setting the velocity. This would be setting the velocity to 0, wouldn't it? Tony, great to see you, my friend. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Welcome into the stream. Happy Sunday. Is the set variable? Yeah, it won't let me put this here. Do I have to attach it? All right, so I think I might have to add in a vector to here. Like this. It's not a literal. It's a float output. Why is it a float output? Set. Oh, it's because it's not the actual vector? Where? So I have to create it. This is interesting because it shouldn't be setting the vector like this. I see the X is set there. I'm surprised it doesn't output a vector 2. So I want to set the velocity here. We have our speed, we multiply that. We get our velocity. Do I need to pull this into a new variable? Save variable. Do I need to add in a variable here? Like current velocity or something like that. How do I... This isn't setting the velocity of this, is it? Let's try it. I doubt it. I doubt this is doing anything. We set a value. Let's go. That's kind of cool. Yeah, I'm not moving. I'm not moving our player here. Okay. Oop, didn't mean to zoom out so much. Just go back to 1. So I would take my speed, I'd multiply it. I need to get a vector. I can't set the X value of... No, so this is not... This isn't actually setting the velocity, though. You can't set just an X value, because you have to reset the value here. I need to, like, pull it out. So on Rigid Body 2D, velocity is immutable, so I can't set just the X, I have to set the whole velocity value. Yeah, so this isn't quite right. What would I do here? To be Rigid Body 2D. I want to set the velocity. I need a vector 2 coming in. I could do... So I only want to set the Y value. Let's delete that. Can I create a constant vector 2 literal? And then, because this I could pass in, okay. And set the X like this. I need to set the Y. So I don't want to change the Y. We'll set the X like that. And then how do I get a reference to this to pass it into my set velocity? Yeah, that's what I don't understand. I need a variable. How do I do a variable? I can't because the types don't match up. I can't add it in here. I need to turn this, right? So I set X, but then how do I set the velocity? From where? From the literal? There's no other. I see. I see. And then this goes here. Interesting. This feels weird. Let's try it. I didn't realize I could do kind of two things there. Okay. That's kind of cool though in the graph. Pull this out to the side down here. We can like watch the graph change. Can I get, let me pull this out. As I press buttons, we can see it change. That is really cool. That is really cool that I can see the changes on my input graph. Can I modify this live? So, all right, so I need my set Y. All right, so let's add a node. Rigid body, vector2.set Y. And really, let's do rigid body 2D.set. So it'd be vector2. All right, so I want my vector2 dot like this. And my input is actually going to be, if I change these things, can I change these live? That is kind of cool. That is really cool that I can modify that live. All right, so I have this set vector2. Let's connect you here. Oh, that's interesting. I'm not sure how to. We have to give it a new X and a new Y. Okay, so the new X is this. Okay. It's connected there. Let's delete this. All right, so the way it flows through is like that. Okay. And then I need my rigid bodies Y. So let's add a node rigid body 2D.get Y. Get velocity. I wanted to get just the Y. Vector2.y. So it would be like this. We want to keep the Y of the original one. So we get this here. So this is the Y of the rigid body. So we don't want to change the Y. I'm a little nervous when I end this. Is the script going to reset? And we come here. All right. See if we can get this all. So at the end of the day, I'm setting my rigid body's X position. All right, I can move left and right. When I hit stop, does this whole thing reset? Please tell me no. Okay, it doesn't. My player should fall. Okay, so now I can move left and right, and I keep the original Y value. I keep the original Y value. Very cool. All right, I really like being able to watch the flow. It says, okay, fixed update, this happens, then this happens, then this happens. Specifically, it's saying when our axis fires. Can I arrange this to look a little bit nicer? Like, want these, the way, want to line them up a little bit nicer here. Can I do that? But watching the flow is kind of cool. I guess that's okay. All right, so now we have a movement script for moving left and right. Okay. And if we adjust the value of this, the player's speed increases moving left and right. Okay. Whew. All right. We added in a movement script here. Is the white lines what doesn't have an execution input output? It basically acts like a local variable. Yeah. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Feels like maybe a lot of work to get, in my mind, a little bit of work to get our rigid body to be moving, but that's okay. That's okay. We set the velocity, get the input, set the velocity, and then do that. All right, so we have a movement controller. Let's see if we can add a jump. Let's add a jump in here. Let me save. Let me go into... let me do a commit here. There might be a simpler way to do this. I'm gonna move my get ignore in here. Let's reload this window. There it is. All right. Get status, get add. Yeah, so thank you so much for being here, Volt. Super helpful for me to get that information. Get commit. And so for anyone new to GitHub, not GitHub, but Git allows us to track our changes over time. So I can come back to this. If I make changes later and I accidentally delete something, I can come back and still see those changes. All right, so here's my game. Oh, I got to actually do the commit. Where's my Visual Studio Code? There it is. So let me commit this, get commit. And feat add basic scripted movement controller. Go ahead and push that up so that code's out there if anyone wants to look at it. Code, we're saying if this graph is out there, anyone can look at it. I love that I can modify the graph while things are running. That is a really cool, valuable thing. And the visualization of the flow is really nice. We can actually delete these on start, on update, because it's all based on fixed update here. This feels a little weird, and that's okay. That is totally awesome to watch how things flow. To watch how things flow is super cool. So I can see that. All right, let's add in. I'm gonna create a set. So this is just our player movement. We could add even more stuff to this, but I think keeping things separated is a good thing. Can we add multiple graphs? Do I add it? Can I add multiple script machines? Okay, so we have a player movement controller. If I create a new one here, in our scripts, player jump controller. So this is sort of how I would write my separate skips. Yeah. So Volt, I'm glad you're excited about it. There are certain things I think this is nice for. That said, I'm curious about the performance. Okay, can I add multiple things to it? Let's see what happens if I run. It seems to be okay. Okay, so now I want, what's interesting here is, can I do raycast? Can I do debugs? I don't know. So in this case, same thing in our fit. We're going to add a new variable. This is going to be our jump power. So our jump power here. We're going to make this a float as well. Let's try 7, 8, 5. We'll see what happens here, if that's enough. The main idea, and again, we want to use fixed update because we are making a physics-based game, so we want to use fixed update anytime you modify velocities. Doing code, you can even create your own nodes with C#. Yeah, we had someone showing that. Who is it? 100 Acres was showing us that. Snabble, welcome to the stream. It's great to see you again, my friend. Happy Sunday. All right, so we're gonna do on fixed updates. Okay, on fixed update. We're gonna say if we're gonna get button, and we're gonna say if the button they pressed, I think jump is one of the built-in button names. Let's go look into, and maybe we could use our not Unity default, like the new input manager, but we're keeping it simple. Physical keys, jump. Yeah, so by default it's space. All right, so we'll do jump like this. So get button jump. We're gonna have to do something clever here. For anyone who's not done a jump before, I'm gonna show you the problem we're gonna run into. But the idea here is we want to set the Y velocity now. So we need to do a rigid, at the end of the day, we're gonna do a rigid body 2D. Rigid body 2D, sorry. Rigid body 2D dot set velocity. We're gonna set the velocity. We need to get the original X so that we don't disrupt the X and Y, but just to show it for now, I'm gonna set the Y to 5 and see what happens. Let's run it. It's always setting it to 5. That's interesting. That is interesting. I want to make this a conditional. If, so it's like input dot button. I think it's cool that if you know the function, you can search for it this way. Get button down. Get button down is, this is interesting. Shy Programmer, welcome back. Get button down, I think, is fires once. Let's disconnect this. This would return, what is the purple thing? I wish it would tell me what these different numbers mean. Get button, result, true when an access has been pressed and not released. All right, so, that's cool. Result, Boolean, get button down, returns true during the frame the user pressed down. All right, so this, we want to fire it once. I need to use the Boolean output here to do a thing. So it's interesting as it says, this is like your sequence. It says do this, then do this. But this one says we need to have a conditional. We need to use this as our conditional. Get button is continuous. That might be the reason. I think it is actually that it's just running left to right here. So notice, no matter what, it flows from here to here without a condition. So I need to add in an if. If, yeah. So we're gonna say if, this will show the current value. That's gonna be cool. So if true, and then if false. So you can do the branching patch here. The visualization of this is gonna be cool. All right, so now we fall. Notice it's pausing. We have false, but in the single frame I press space. Watch right here. Oh, maybe not. Oh, there it goes. It turns true just for one frame, which is interesting. But I can keep spamming space here. So there is a little bit of a weird problem. There is a little bit of a weird problem, and I thought we might run into this. The problem is that fixed updates is not where you want to check if a button is being pressed in that frame. It's saying during that physics frame. Was it pressed during that physics frame? That's the problem. So I do need to use an on update. Add note on update. This is super interesting. Here. Now it'll do it. I love that I can edit that live. That's so too cool. Tamatigi, welcome to the stream. Let me know if I'm pronounced that correctly. Happy to have you here on this beautiful Sunday. We're doing some preparations for Learn You a Game Jam. If you're interested in checking out Learn You a Game Jam, it's coming up on the 19th of this month. 19th of this month. One thing, we don't want to modify our velocity during our update here. We don't want to modify our velocity during update. You only want to modify your velocity during fixed update. It might be okay because we're just setting a velocity or like applying a physics force, but we're going to end up applying a physics force, I believe. Yeah, so that's super interesting. So we want to end up setting it during fixed update like this. It's cool that we can do that. I like that. Yeah, the whole point of learning your game jam is to learn something new. Lean into something that you've always wanted to learn, but maybe a little bit scared to do so. I might be doing some Blender stuff because I'm really bad at 3D, I try to shy away from it quite a bit. Okay, so what I want to do is I need a variable that I can use to say is jumping, should jump, jump pressed. All right, so is jumping. I'm gonna make this a boolean here. Is jumping, and we're gonna set, if it's true, we're gonna set is jumping. I'm pretty sure even if you do physics stuff and update the physics engine, will still wait for the physics update internally. It will, you can get some weird jitter stuff. If you're applying forces in update, you'll run into weird jitter stuff. I think setting the velocity in update is okay, but I think it's considered a semi-bad practice to do it there. Yeah, the reason it works with our other script is because it's about whether or not that button is currently held in that frame. But for jumping, what we're gonna do is we're gonna take this here, and we will set. It's cool that we can do this. I didn't realize. Well, I only want to set it. Yeah, so we want to set if we get the jump button. Set variable. Set graph variable. So if true, we will set this variable to true. So I need to add in a variable true. Boolean. Get true string? That's weird. I could also do this. So I press space. Unexpected. Cannot convert from system boolean to system string. So this is a graph variable. Is jumping. There it goes. That works. This is not doing what I think it's doing. It's like getting us a variable out. Okay. So if we press space, that's kind of cool. You can watch it set it there. When I press space, the value gets set to true. I can uncheck it there. Boom. Sets to true. Okay, nice. I wanted to make a constant variable Boolean. I just want a straight Boolean. Boolean literal. There we go. True. There we go. If you double click a line, it spawns a reroute node, which can be used for organization. Double clicking to if I double click a line, you can do a single click. I don't understand that, what you're suggesting. When I double click, it exits out of full screen or enters full screen, which is a good thing to know. I didn't know that was a thing. But we can make it set our variable to true here. And then in our physics update, we're gonna say if is jumping is true, if, okay, we're gonna say, in our fixed update, we're gonna say if, get, oh, I can do this. Okay, if is jumping is true, then we set the velocity here, but we also saw it go up there. We also need to reset it to false. So what's interesting is, can I have another Boolean duplicate? This one's false. It might make more sense. Okay, so we can't have multiple inputs there like that. Let's duplicate this. Okay. And we're going to say if it's true, we have multiple like this. Okay, I can't. The flow has to be just one. Hover over a line and double click. And when I do that, I get one of these. It's asking for me to connect it somewhere, and that's just a single click though. Does it do it for you in yours, or is that a Unreal thing? I'm not sure. Okay. If I were to connect it here, I see. So I could connect it like that as well. In the shader graph, it works. Okay. All right. So now if I press jump, there we go. We get a single jump. If I keep tapping jump, it will continue to jump. Even if I can do double jumps. You see how double jumps can occur? We want to make it so we can't do double jumps. This is really cool that I can keep editing this thing live. I really like that. So I'm not switching back and forth. Yeah, test it out, Volt. Let me know. Let me know how that goes. I'd be really curious. So we want to introduce a variable that tells us whether or not we are on the ground. All right, so I'm going to add in is grounded. Add in an is in air, but we're going to say if we're grounded, so this is going to be a Boolean. Can we do complex values? So if we're on the ground, so I need to and these. No, I can only have one going in. I want to do and is grounded. Have you ever used ProBuilder? I love ProBuilder, Volt. ProBuilder is super cool. Super, super cool. All right. So when we hit space, I'm going to make it so that we actually always, we're going to do this one first. All right, let's clear this. Yeah, well, I actually don't want it to be an and. It turns out. Turns out I don't want it to be an and. I always want to turn jumping off here. Okay, so we'll always turn jumping off. And then we're going to say if we happen to also be grounded, it's because I don't want you to press jump, and then when you hit the ground, you press jump while you're in the air, it'll jump a second time when you're on the ground. I don't want that to happen. We could actually make it so that way you only set is jumping if you are grounded when you pressed it. That's one way we could do it. That's actually probably the better way. Can I go backwards? Oh, Control Z works here too. That's nice. That feels really good. Okay, so if we're jumping, we're gonna go ahead and jump, but I do want to move the and up here. Can I move? I can select multiple things. I can't control unclick, it looks like, but if shift click doesn't unselect. So just learning a little bits of things here. All right, so we only switch to is jumping if the button's down and, so we'll add in an and here. And this is cool to watch the visualization of this. I actually think I gotta teach a class using this. All right, so this is gonna come in here. This will come in here, and then this will come out there. All right, so if we're jumping and we're grounded, then we can jump. So I can't jump right now, but if I turn off on grounded, then we jump. The shortcut for adding a node is space. Oh, it doesn't work for me. Space doesn't work for me. That's interesting. Maybe I'm in 2020. Oh, I'm in 2022. Is that the current? I didn't realize it's in 2022. Is 2023 the current LTS? No, 2022 is the current LTS. Okay, so that's why I'm doing 2022. I need to update that somewhere else. That's good in my mind to know. And then we also want to set is grounded to false here. So we're gonna go ahead and set ourselves up. We're gonna go ahead and mark is grounded to false. Okay. I like that we can add multiple in there for clarity. I think that's kind of nice. Let's duplicate this. Oh, I bet that might be it. Let's exit runtime. No, space still doesn't work for me. Is grounded. We're gonna also. Can I put this multiple places? Yeah. We're gonna set that to false in both places. Okay. Ooh, it did get rid of my variable that I added in over here when I did that. So that's something I gotta be careful about. Is grounded and it is jumping. All right, is jumping. Is grounded. Let's turn that on. So if it thinks I'm grounded and I press space, it lets me do that. I love that we can see these things fire when I do it. Is grounded here. What's cool is if I click the is jumping in my fixed update, we see it jump over there. So that's kind of cool. But if I set is grounded, if we watch up here when I hit space, we watch all the lines go through on that. I think that's super cool to see. All right, so what we want to do is we want to say, how do we know we are grounded? How do we know when we are grounded? And there's many different ways we can do this. I think I want to try and do it using a raycast down. So a raycast down here. And so we're going to say during our fixed update, we're going to check and see if we're grounded. So I'm going to pull this down here. I'm going to duplicate this. This is so cool. You don't have to put it in there and say like, oh, by the way, during my fixed update, these two things happen. I need to, oh, it actually needs to happen first, I think. So maybe I do need to put it in there. That's interesting. That's interesting. If I'm not grounded, I want to check to see if I am grounded. Let's try that. Let's see if we can get this to work in a way that feels good. But I'm gonna move this down here. Can I add in just like text? Create sticky note? That's cool. So I can be like, this is, well, that was interesting. That didn't work the way I'd expect it to. Sticky note. Get player input. So I can put a little thing here saying, this is like a little comment. That's kind of cool. Get player input. I think that's kind of cool. I'm not sure if I like that or not. We can move this up here. I want to check in the fixed update if we are not grounded. We want to check if we are grounded. And then, can we add in function? Can we define a function? Is that sort of like a thought I'm having here? All right, we're gonna do an if, and we're gonna say if we are not grounded. All right. So if we are not grounded, we need to check to see if we should switch to being grounded. So if we're not grounded, and the way I want to do that is I want to do a raycast down, not add a node, add a node, physics 2d.raycast. Yeah. So there's several things we could do here. direction, distance, probably layer mask, just to keep it simple. We're going to ray cast down. Our origin is going to be our player. All right, so if we are not grounded, we want to check to see if we are grounded. So we're going to look below ourselves a little bit. So our direction, vector 2 dot down. All right, so we're going to look down. And then the origin is going to be our transform sequence and once. Interesting. Transform dot position. Okay, so we're going to get our position. So this is like the center of our object. We're going to look down. All right, so we're going to ray cast down, and this is going to output a ray cast hit. Okay. So ray cast hit 2D. Expose ray cast hit 2D. If I do this, okay, so it's going to create this ray cast hit. Oh, this is cool to see all the information. You can create subgraphs which acts like functions. Cool. Cool. So we get our ray cast hit here. So after we do a ray cast, we want to, I don't need this thing to be static. That's cool that we have these. Ooh. That was interesting. I don't know what I did to make it move to that. That was accidental. We want to have another if. But the if is if we've hit something. So if there's a collider, not null. I want to do a not null. Not null. Or a null check. Null check. Okay. So our collider here. We have our collider coming in. Oh, so this is like a special if. So we're going to do a null check. That's kind of nice. So we're going to say if it's not null, then we want to see if we're colliding with it. Stygian, I need to add a nightly command. That's a good idea. Stygian, how you doing, friend? I hope you're having a beautiful day. I know I'm streaming at a weird time for me, aren't I? It's great to have you here. I hope you're having a beautiful day. Happy Sunday. Congratulations on your number 17. We might have to look at subgraphs here. I'm playing around with Unity's visual scripting. I've never used it before, so I'm trying to learn something new with Unity's visual scripting. So if we're not null, then I want to do, I didn't mean to do Control P. We're going to add in a node. Collider 2D dot overlap. I want to check distance. Yeah, so we're going to check the distance to another collider. All right. So the collider we're checking is this collider here. Although we could do, let's remove that. This dot get collider type thing. Portal challenge with visual scripting. I'm not doing the portal challenge with visual scripting. That would be wild. Maybe I could. Anyone who's wondering what the Stygian's talking about, we're mechanically challenged this month is to implement portal physics. Which might be quite challenging for me. I'm not entirely sure I could do that. I'm so new to visual scripting, I wouldn't even know quite how to start. Same with this, I'm like learning some stuff here. So we're gonna get the collider. We want to get to our collider as well. So let's add a node get collider 2D. Alorb, thank you so much for the hat redeem. We're almost out of hats. We're almost out of hats. Let's get another hat added to this stack. There we go. Getting nice and toasty in here. Cal Orb, how the heck have you been? Welcome to the stream. Stack Overflow soon. Yeah, we're almost there. Get component. And then the type would be our rigid body, collider 2D. And we could do some smarter things. Sidron, you're so close. Another hour and 40 minutes and you can do it again. You can do it again. All right, so this, we're gonna get the collider 2D. Does this output a collider 2D? It does. All right, so change the type. So if it's not null, we're gonna get that. We're gonna check the distance. I should do this in my awake anyway. I should probably save this out. So collider here. The output of this is a result, a collider distance 2D. All right, collider distance 2D. Collider distance 2D. I think, is this the output type? That's interesting. I want to get this type. Can I get one of the result? Collider distance, the maximum separation. I'm wondering, I want to get one of those. I need that to come out somewhere. Hats limit, we got one more. There's only one hat left. We're almost out of time. So there's a method here I want to call called it, like there's a variable here I want to look at. All right, so this was a, hang on, this was a expose. All right, do we have a expose variable? That was just a variable set variable. I want to get one of these. I'm not sure if I can do this. I just tip over due to the weight. I fall down and it's game over for me. Yeah, so we're gonna, this is interesting. It looks like we might not have this type. So it's a collider distance. Calculates the minimum distance, collider 2D dot distance. Do we not have this variable type here? So I want to see if these are overlapping. So we might have to do something different because I don't have this variable type here. That's super interesting. I'm surprised by that. Oops. Variables. Save, set, saved variable. Yeah. There's a variable type here. So collider2d.distance returns a collider distance 2D object. I don't seem to be able to get the information. So there's a Boolean on collider 2D distance that tells me whether or not two things are overlapping. I want to check if two colliders are overlapping. think I might be able to do this. Result collider 2D array, the array to receive results, the size. See, I have to have an array to do that one. I don't have a node of this type, so it's a collider distance 2D. There's no node of this type. Collider distance 2D. That's the type that we're returning. And I might need to, and I need to access a value on it. Unity visual scripting, node variable, node type, node variable type. I don't even know what to shirt, and you can give a node name. Yeah, so I want, so there's this expose. Can I do another? I don't even quite understand the expose here, but that's just because I had array cast hit 2D, so I was able to do that. Skydriver, I'm doing well today. We're exploring visual scripting in Unity, trying to learn something new. I don't know that ChatGPT is gonna be helpful in this one. I have used ChatGPT just because of the visual nature of this. I could try though. In Unity visual scripting, I want to access a collider. Let's see, what is the type here? Distance 2D. How do I do this? Jax colliders in Unity, you want to use get collider distance 2D node. Get the game object collider 2D. Once you have a get collider distance 2D, okay. Get collider distance 2D. Yeah, so I can't do that. That doesn't exist. Yeah, there's no node that actually looks like that. No, so it's hallucinating it. This is not a thing you can do. Yeah, it's because it's like, well, this is exactly what I was trying to do, and I was like, oh, that node doesn't exist here. Tony, congratulations on your number 18. Ask GPT about visual scripting for dots. Yeah, I think it might not be that good here. I might have to do something different. We got to take a quick break though. We've been going for almost an hour and almost 90 minutes, a little bit more. So we're gonna have to take a quick break here. When we come back, we're gonna do some more visual scripting, folks. So don't go anywhere. Captain Code will return. I'll be right back. Hang tight, everybody. I'll be back. Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. All right, everybody. Sorry for the delay. Happy to be back. We are resetting that hat stack after our break, and we're going to hop back into some more visual scripting, see if we can get this to work the way I want it to. So what I've done here, what I'm trying to do is first off, I'm trying to learn about visual scripting. Thank you, Ascertainment. It's great to have you here. Tony, I know I said hello, but it's great to see you as well. Also, folks, we just got a shout out from JD, so I can't help but give a shout out back to the man, the myth, the legend, the fantastic software talent streamer. JD does that.
Captain,
I'm sure everyone here already knows.
If I could do my Captain impression.
Go check him out. Incredible streamer.
I am
doing
not
good
the captain,
game
but my eyebrows
right
also
now.
move in a way.
Fabulous guy.
Like the
Fabulous impressionist. Look at that impression. Go check out JD Does Dev, guys. Friend of the channel, lovely human being. All right, so here we are. I'm trying to currently our player here. When I press jump, it jumps up. We can only jump if we have this is grounded Boolean set. So I press jump, it'll go up. What I want to do, what I'm trying to do is, if we aren't grounded, I want to do a ray cast. So I want to draw a ray cast down, see if I'm touching the ground. So if a player's touching the ground on the bottom, I guess I could add like an edge detection. I'm trying to do this in a relatively efficient way. If I'm ray casting down and there is a ground below us, and then we want to check if we're colliding with it. The way I would do this in code would be to call a method in our physics to get it, but I'm finding I can't get that object out. So I want to do collider 2D dot distance. There's a distance method I can call, and this gives us back a collider distance 2D, but seems I can't make a node out of this thing, which is fair. Not all nodes exist. And I'm really curious if there's something I can do to go ahead and call on some object. So like object, let's have like a generic object or struct. It might even be a struct. It doesn't look like an object. I'm wondering if I can call arbitrary methods on these things. Expose unity object. Interesting. I'm wondering, can I do this? I can't. Expose. Yeah, I don't know what to do here with this, and so maybe there's another way I can do it. Another way I could say is like, well, if I happen to be raycast and I hit a ground, turn ground on, but then you get like this weird distance issue. There's a distance issue that you run into where you're on the ground, even if you're not quite on it, if you're just right above it. I want to only do it if we're colliding with it. Yeah. So I'm not sure the best way to approach this, what my fix will be in this regard. But yeah, I have a collider coming in here. So we're checking if our collider is not null. Can I check we're gonna get our collider 2D like this. And then this output, I need to do something with this output here. I don't know how. There's like, I can't connect this. Broadcast message calls the method name on every mono behavior. That's not what I want. So like, I guess I can attach that there. It's a little interesting. I'm not sure what to do with that. Unity. Visual scripting. It's just an arbitrary object. Which is interesting. Visual script. I'm wondering if we can do it. Unity visual scripting. Check if colliders overlap. So like this is not going to do the visual scripting for me though. I think. If you're using Unity 5, yeah, this is so old. I know how to do this in code. Let's go read a little bit. Unity visual scripting. No node or type. The new entry, no type, to use the type menu and remove types. Okay. We might be able to do something like this. Type options specify which node inputs and outputs Visual Script supports. After you add a new assembly, you must add specified nodes. To add a new type. This is interesting. I didn't mean to do that. Get is overlap. Overlap area, overlap point. Because I know, let's go look at Unity Collider Distance 2D. It's super interesting that we don't have the Collider Distance 2D API. Want this object, so we have an is overlapped on it. Collider Distance 2D, it's part of Physics 2D module. Do I really not get to have one of these? That's so weird. Unity Engine Physics 2D module. Variable. Cast variable. Unity Engine. Dot. Oh, yeah. Collision. So weird. Is there something I need to do to add it in? Let's read all of this. Type options specify which node inputs and output Visual Studio supports after you add a new assembly. So I don't necessarily want to do that. Let's go look at my mechanically challenged implementation. Was there an import I used in our assets in our script for my slope controller? It's just using Unity Engine, yeah. I want this. Too bad. Edit project, select Visual Script, expand type options. Okay. Edit project settings, visual scripting. Expand type options. Add. Collider distance 2D. Interesting. So, okay, so to reduce the amount of clutter, we might just add in a collider. We have to add it here? That's fascinating. To your type options, use nodes with the type in your project, regenerate your node library. Okay, so we can add it here. That's kind of cool. If you write a custom script with a custom node, you could add it in there like that as well. Maybe? All right, let's try it now. Collider distance 2D. There we go. We're going to expose this. Okay, so we have an answer there. I was thinking, like, via reflection. They must be doing this not using reflection to build up all of this, but to make it faster. They must not be using reflection at runtime, which is probably a really good thing. We're going to get the component. We're going to check the distance. Now we're going to say if it is overlapped. Okay. So we're going to add in a node. I think we can even do... This is interesting because you can end up... Yeah, we might need to do a box cast rather than a ray cast down. So our box cast... A ray cast down is just going to be in the center of our player. So if we're on the edge of something, it won't quite work. But this will work for now, and then we'll expand it in a second. So we're going to say... is overlapped. I guess we could do another if. All right, we're going to say if... Almost don't need this, except we're not going to set it. We only set it if it's true. All right, so if we're overlapped, we want to set this variable. Yeah, so we're going to set a graph variable. We're going to set is grounded to true. Okay, so let's try it. Let's watch our is grounded here. All right, so we're currently grounded. If we jump, interesting, cannot calculate the distance between the same collider. Oh, we only want to hit our ground layer. So we have to put things on a ground layer for our ray cast. Okay, that makes sense. So let's go into our scene. We want this to be registered as ground. So we're going to create a layer here. Going to edit our layers. Okay, and we're going to create a layer called ground. So this is the layer that we check. If we're colliding with this, we're technically on the ground. And now in our script, when we do our ray cast, there's a different version of ray cast we want to use. We're going to add a node, ray cast. So it's physics 2d.raycast. And when we want includes a layer. I wonder if we have to explicitly set the layer here. Layer mask. Ooh, interesting. I'm kind of thinking we want to do a box cast down now. Let's move all these here. And we'll get our layer mask. We can hard code it for a second. We're going to move all of these up here to this one. We're going to end up deleting this node in a second. I'm just copying those values over. This comes here. Our output comes here. Our distance was 1. Let's go ahead and delete this. And our layer mask happens to be 6. It's a little bit hard coding this in here is probably not the best thing to do. So we'll end up creating a variable for that as well. All right, let's try it now. Okay, so now let me go ahead and jump. Notice, oh, is grounded and get set to true here. Interesting. A little bit surprised by that. Grounded, we can jump. We're not grounded. We should be checking these things. It's saying that this happens to be null right now. Is the distance not long enough? No, it is. Is our layer mask wrong? Ground. Oh, I didn't set my ground to be on that layer. Marcy Love, welcome to the stream. Happy Sunday. I hope you're having a beautiful day. Let's go to my scene. My scene here, I need to make this ground. That's essentially what's going on here. Is we weren't detecting the ground because it wasn't on the ground layer. Distance back to 1 here. Okay. So now let me jump here. When I'm in the air, it doesn't set it there. Oh, it's still null. Interesting. I'm so surprised by this. It's null. Peculiar. If I set it to default of 0, it's also null. Now would be fine. Skydriver, if you want a round of Q-list, we can go for it. Feel free to redeem that if you'd like to do a round of Q-list. You know I love me some Q-list. Thank you for the redeem. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's get that dot cam on. Thank you for asking. All right, my dot cam is... Oh, this book is sideways. Like, my dot cam is sideways. This book just happened to be sideways. Let's do a little round of Q-list here. Thank you for the redeem. Let's get a roll out here. Get a roll. See if we can do it. Let's set a timer. So we got OEU. No, that's okay. That's okay. Thank you for asking. I appreciate it. BLPRCRTGG. For anyone who's new here, our goal is to create a grid that makes words out of all of these letters. The grid has to be contiguous. Every letter has to be part of the grid. So I can't have some words over here and some words over here. They'll have to be part of one. Every word has to be at least 3 letters long. So 2-letter words don't work. TO doesn't count, but toe does count. I couldn't do cub separately over here. They need to be combined. Cure, let's start off with cure. This one's a little bit, I mean, these are spaced, but these ones I find a little bit harder. I try and get long words. I do like that they are spaced. Here we got cure. TR is a good way. GR, we got 2 G's. That's gonna be a little bit challenging. Group, we got group. We might do a group here. Group, oh no, I don't like the 2 vowels being so close to each other. That's rough. Toe. Toe's a good one. We can put toe up here. All right. Can we do something with this G here? Goal, gog. Gog a word? I don't think it is. It's good old games online, but not a word. Gob. Bog is a word though. Sometimes it's fun to see if we can get them all in here like this. BR. Ooh, now we don't have enough vowels to finish it off. Goblet. Do we have goblet? Goblet. If we do this, we can do goblet. And then maybe we could do cure up here. Goblet. That's a really good one. Make it a little bit easy to finish it up here. Now we only got 3 letters. GRO. Grop isn't a word. Prog. Is prog a word? I don't think prog is a word. Purge. We could do purge as a word. Purge. And we're getting close here. Rock is ROC. That's a bird. Let's check it out. We might have it. We might have it. Purge, goblet, and rock. Let's check the Scrabble dictionary. Is rock a word? Scrabble dictionary. Let's check it out. Let's find out. Rock. ROC. A legendary bird of prey. There it is. Rock is a playable word according to the Scrabble word finder. There we go. Rock is a playable word. Fantastic. Thank you so much for the redeem. Let's get this added to the wall. Let's get it added to the wall of, let me turn the slide off, get a little bit, I didn't realize the light was so bad there. Let's add this to our wall of, oh, hang on, this is not Purge. This is not Purge. Why did anyone stop me here? This is Puree, Purry, Pure. All right, so we're not quite there. We're not quite there. Purge, I need the G over there. So we didn't quite get it. We didn't quite get it. We gotta fix this. Hang on. That would have been disappointing. All right, Pure is one. That was really sad to realize how bad we were there for a second. Pure. Yeah, let's try Skydriver. Let's check. Pure. You're more pure. Pure is a playable Scrabble word. There we go. Easy fix. Easy peasy fix there. Let's go ahead and get a screenshot of that. We'll add that to our Q-List Hall of Fame. All right, print screen. Boom, save it. Let's add that over on the Discord here. We're on our Discord. Q-List. I need to update the newsletter and stuff. It's been a while. Q-List Hall of Fame. Thank you, Skydriver. Boom. We done did it. We done did it. Was one of the easier ones. This one wasn't too bad, right? Sometimes they get really, really, really rough. Thank you so much for doing that. Nice little break. Always a nice little break there. I appreciate it. Thank you, everyone who helped. Ascertainment, I'm glad you enjoyed them. I'm glad you enjoyed them. Let's hop back in. Thank you for the little distraction there. That was nice. Needed a small break there. Okay. Why our direction origin layer mask now is not working. Yeah, our raycast is not finding our ground anymore. Nice, back with new energy, doing the same for the game jam on my game for the jam. Very cool. I'm looking forward to it. I can't wait to see what everyone makes this year. I had so much fun with it last year. Is this on the ground light? Let's move it back to the default. Fascinating. Okay. It's not null. Oh, it is null. So it's saying null here. 6. So it is saying that's null. Why is it saying that's null? Ground 1. What layer is 1? Transparent SFX. 6. Now it's null. I'm so confused. Default layer. What are we colliding with? Can we add in a... I haven't done this. Let's go into our visual scripting. Can we do debug.log? Okay. And can we debug.log our collider? Okay, what are we colliding with? This is nice. We can still do this just to see what we're colliding with. And let's have this go here. Have this go there, so we can insert this in between these things. Move all this stuff over. So we can see what are we colliding with? What does it think we're colliding with? Null. Well, that makes sense. That makes sense. It thinks we're colliding with null. When I set the layer mask to 1, okay, 6. Makes sense that it's putting out null here. I learned Unity but never seen. Yeah, I'm learning about the Ridoni. Welcome back to the stream. I am learning about Unity's visual scripting. So this month is the Learn You a Game Jam month. It's coming up on June 19th. But we're seeing if we can learn something new every day. So I'm using Unity's visual scripting. So I'm pretty good with, I think I am almost proficient. I'm above novice. I think I'm intermediate Unity programmer with C#. I jump. My raycast, I'm trying to understand why I cannot get this. It looks cool. I'm doing fabulous, Lance. I hope your shift wasn't too long. But yeah, we're printing out null here. If I switch this to 0, yeah, it's super interesting. Maybe I should go ahead and draw the raycast down. Yeah, so it's showing my this position here. It's kind of cool. I can watch this. It's saying 0, 0, 0. Is that really what my player's position is? No, so it's not doing it on my player. It's doing it on the graph or something. Okay, so I want this to be my player object's position. So it's not this. This should be my player object. Ah, so it's doing it from the center of the screen, not from my player's position. No one's told me it looks like a koala before. No, that you would be the first. You would be the first to tell me that. This is interesting. I thought get position on this. What is this? Game object. I want it to be my transform. So this apparently is, let me print out. Fascinating. This, I thought this would be my game up. The world position of the transform, target transform. If I double click on this while it's running, yeah, because my player here is definitely not. Fascinating. It was showing the values before. Oh, I'm not even there yet. Or am I zoomed out enough that it's hard to see? Can I zoom in? Oh, I can't zoom in anymore. That's as close as I can zoom in. Might be able to make the font a little bit different. Let me get my scene. It's like my relative position or something. We'll set our grounded to true. When I jump, it does change that, but my raycast is happening from 0, 0. I'm wondering if So my player's position is not 0, 0. So that's fascinating. When I move, it does move my player left and right here. That says 0, 0. Does it say oh, that's -3. Oh, so it's not 0. So it is ray casting from where my player is. So move that down. Ray casting down. The layer mask 1. I don't understand why I'm not getting the ground as a collision. No matter how far my distance is. Cannot calculate the distance between the same collider. So it's showing null. Still getting nulls. Do I need to add a layer mask? Layer, ground layer. Layer mask. Value is ground. Okay. So we can connect this here now. So we say, well, the ground layer. And let's go back into our scene. Put this on the ground. Now it's working. I had to make a layer mask, which is interesting. Do a distance of 1. I can still double jump, which is interesting. I only want... It's interesting it's showing it's overlapping now. Okay, now we're getting the right object that we're colliding with. So that's better. Okay. Organization here. Getting these lined up right feels a bit awkward. All right, so if I should only turn ground back on. See how it's is grounded on immediately? That is weird to me. It's making me think that maybe this collider is somehow incorrect, because I want to say it's only... I only want this if we are overlapping. Notice it keeps sending true through no matter what. Like, can I make my jump higher? Set this to 20. So my is grounded is always getting set back to true, which feels strange. What is going on with that? That is super bizarre. All right, so now my distance is 0. How far is 1? Point 1, 0.5. Yeah, so that's what I thought. 0.5 is the size of my shape. Clear this. I only ever... Huh. it never comes back null now. If I put this at 0, it always comes back null. Put it at 1, it never comes back null. As soon as I jump, oh, it's, oh, okay, so I see. If we're not grounded, I see. Okay, I understand what's happening here. This check is happening before we leave the ground, right? So we set is grounded to false here. Yeah, so we don't want to actually do this check until we're off the ground. So we actually don't want to do is grounded until, yeah, so if we is jumping, we want to set our velocity. Okay, so if we is and we set our velocity, then we need to check whether or not we're actually on the ground. As soon as we're off the ground, we set is grounded to false. Yeah. So I kind of, this whole chunk here needs to be reusable. So this raycast, this whole thing here, I want to make a subgraph. This whole thing here is doing our ground detection. So can I make a subgraph? Add node subgraph. Subgraph. All right, so this is like a function here. And I don't know how to use this yet, but we're gonna find out together. Let me end this. And I want to put, can I start by saying like, take these things. Can I put you in my subgraph? How does this work? Open a new window. Okay, so we have like an input, output. Can I paste this in here? Beautiful. So our input, output. Yeah, what are our inputs? I'm not sure. Our input needs to be a position, I think, and a ground layer. How do I, data inputs. Okay, so we can create an input here. This is gonna be our position. So it's gonna be a vector 2. Okay. And the key is going to be origin. Okay, so we have an origin. Like that. Okay. And our output's just going to be a Boolean. All right, so our origin, we're going to do a raycast down, see if we're colliding with something. We might have to extend that a little bit. Okay. So now this subgraph has an origin. Can I give it a name? Can I give this graph a name? This is going to be is grounded. So we have like a function is grounded here. I don't know if you guys can see me working on this. I know it's like slightly off the screen. Apologies for that. This. Can I nest this in here? I want to put you side by side. Interesting, it doesn't let me do that. Okay. So it is grounded here. The flow. Like this is the, okay, so on, this must be an on once. That's not what I want. Oh, my input needs to be a flow, I suppose. All right, so if I go to my input, type low. How would I add in? Move that. I want to add in the input arrow. So and see how this has, how do I do these arrows? How do I do these arrows into a subgraph? What are these called? Invoke. Okay. So can I add in an invoke? Invoke. On invoke. Let me do a quick look. Unity visual scripting subgraph invoke. Add a subgraph. All right, so we add a subgraph. Open the graph window, add a trigger. Okay, so it must be a trigger here. Okay. Execute. I don't know what to call it there, but now in our others, so we can pass in the execute. Okay. Execute. One of our outputs is gonna just be unfinished. Okay, so we can pass through. All right, so we have this subgraph we can come into. Okay. So rather than doing our raycast, you're gonna say if the graph, we're gonna move all this stuff in. All right, so let's start by getting rid of these. We're gonna say if we're not grounded, check if we are grounded. So let me update the name of this here. So this script here, rather than be called is grounded, check for ground. Okay. So we take in our origin, we execute here. Awesome. Okay, so we can have this be called in several different places, it looks like. Okay. We're gonna raycast down. And at the end of the day, one of the outputs is just going to be a Boolean. Okay, so output is grounded. It's just going to be a Boolean that we output. All right, so we can check all of this stuff here. So I have this. And the idea being I can move all of these things in here. All right, so I need my null check. Pick the rest of this. Ah, nice. This is like sort of how we define a function. Paste this stuff in here. Like this. Okay. We're going to say raycast down. If our collider is not null, then we're going to go ahead and get our collider. And then we want to find the distance of our collider to the ground. And we're going to say if it is overlapping. Really? Yeah. Okay, so our output here is just going to be if we're overlapped or not. So we don't even need this. Go and delete that, delete that, delete that. I'm going to say check the distance if we're overlapping, we're finished, and we is grounded. Okay. If we are null, that means we're not colliding with anything. We want to go ahead and just go to like a return up here. So we're just going to go straight here if that's the case. So in null, we're null, we kind of need to get a value like that. So it's gonna be interesting here. So not null, let's put this up above. It's interesting. The flow here, so it's kind of hard to get these things dragged the way I kind of want them to, but it's doing an okay job. Is grounded will need to be set to false on this null. I'm wondering, this sets this thing here. I kind of want to, yeah, I don't know what is grounded, what value. This is like not accessible here. What happens if we use this? What is this gonna do? It's gonna be like this variable doesn't exist anymore? Or is it, yeah, that's interesting. I might need to introduce like an is like result variable here that we can pass along. Raycast, caching that would be a good idea as well. Yeah, if we're null, I just want to return false. Can I duplicate? Can I have two outputs, multiple output nodes in the same group? Only one will be used. All right, so I can't do that. I need to set is grounded. Can I do set variable Boolean a graph variable, I guess, is what I need. Results Boolean, nope, should be a Boolean. It's false by default. So when we enter this script, we need to set the value. Set Boolean set Boolean set variable. Okay, I guess I don't quite need that. But when we start, when we enter this function, we're going to set our result to false. Okay. Then we'll go ahead and do the RAID cast. We're gonna set graph variable result to whether or not we're overlapped here. Get rid of that. And is that right? Do I need to do that? Or would that work the way we had it before? Yeah, how is this? I don't understand this connection in this top case here. So we could set it false, but under what condition is this? Oh, okay, so this can only have one value coming into it. As soon as I set some, okay. So it needs to be this. Okay. There we go. Question answered. Question answered there. All right, so we have set variable and then exit that. Interesting here. I would have written this in code. I would write this quite a bit different, but maybe this is okay. Go full screen. That's too big. Sorry, I have a much bigger screen. Wish I could attach this a different way. That's so weird. I guess I could do it this way. Okay, so this is our is grounded. Check for ground. So given an input, given a position to check from, we go ahead and okay, so this set variable can be moved. All right, so we're gonna go here. This set variable can be up here. So if it's null, we're gonna set this variable and then exit. Okay. Delete that. Okay, so let's review this. Let's review this. It's EviX. Welcome to the stream. Happy Sunday. Hope you're having a beautiful day. So when we get an input here, we do a raycast down from the specified position to our ground layers. If we don't get a hit, I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're here. We're doing some fun stuff. Thank you so much for the follow. It's EviX. You know you're awesome, you're great, you're grand now. Thank you for following me today. It's EviX. Thank you so much for the follow. Glad to have you here. So just so you know what's going on, we are preparing for Learn You a Game Jam, which is a game jam that will be running from June 19th to July 3rd. And the goal is to learn everything you can, as much as you can. Try and learn something new for that game jam. It's not about making the coolest game or the best game. It's about learning something new and then sharing that, what you learn with the community. I haven't done visual scripting in Unity before, so I'm gonna try and learn something new every stream this month. I'm gonna try and learn something new. Maybe we won't learn a new thing every day. We're gonna try. I'm playing around with visual scripting, which I've never done in Unity. I'm having a lot of fun with it, learning the ins and outs, how to think about it. But we've written this graph here, this flow graph, to check if something is touching the ground, in this case, our player object. And we're saying, given the origin, this is gonna be the center of our player, or center of an enemy or something, look down and do a raycast. So this draws a line from the center of the player down. Probably gonna have to swap this out a little bit. And then we're gonna say, if we hit something, so first off, if we don't hit the ground, we're just gonna set the result to false. We're gonna say, no, we didn't hit anything. There was no ground, so we're just done. We're not grounded. It's false. If we did hit something, if we're overlapping with that something, then we're gonna set that value to true. That means we is overlapped, and we're gonna return that. So I have this graph here. I think this will work for us, but this is our main graph now. We're gonna say, when we jump, if we are jumping, we're gonna set our velocity in the up direction. This is the Y direction. And then we wanna check to say, okay, well, if we're jumping, we wanna check if we're on the ground. I wanna check we're on the ground. So I'm gonna duplicate this check for ground here. And if we is jumping, set variable is jumping false. This isn't quite what I want to do. Hang on, get rid of this. If we're jumping, then we set the velocity, and then we want to see if we're on the ground. The origin, can I pass into this? No, this is a velocity. I want to get my object here. Okay, so it's going to be our transform dot position. So we're gonna get our player's position. And we're gonna say, is our player on the ground? If they are, another if here, if they are on the ground. And in fact, we want to say if they're not on the ground. All right, we're going to check for the ground here. And if they are not on the ground, so false case, if they're not touching the ground anymore, then we want to say, okay, well, they're no longer jumping and they're not grounded. So they're jumping here. They should no longer be jumping. So I want to set this to false. It's really kind of hard to set these Boolean values. We're going to add a node, false. No, not false. Boolean literal. So we're going to set the is jumping to false. And then we also want to set, let's get rid of some of these other things here. These are leftovers. We want to set the is grounded to false. So they're no longer on the ground. So it's going to be this same thing here. Can I do that? Yeah. So is jumping is false. Is grounded is false. Smab! It's wonderful to see you at this hour. I know, it's a weird time for me to be live, isn't it? I'm learning about visual scripting. I'm learning about Unity's visual scripting today. I think I really like visual scripting from a learning standpoint. As a person who does a lot of coding, I find like I'm going like, oh, this isn't quite how I'd code it, but it's kind of cool to see how it flows through the program here. It's kind of cool to see the flow. Is grounded, and then is jumping about, is grounded is false. Is that it? So if we're jumping, we set our velocity up. And then as long as we're not grounded, check if we're grounded. If we're not grounded, can I jump? Here, let's try it. I am grounded. Can I jump? Into space I go. There is no ground layer. Okay, so ground layer, not, let's go into our subgraph. Ground layer. Interesting. Let's try again. Ground layer, variable not found ground layer. Get variable. Oh, I have to add in. Okay. It's saying I don't have a variable here called ground layer. So this is our layer mask. Okay, so this is our ground like that. It does, Thindle, and we're learning all about it today. It's not all about it. We're learning a little bit about it, is what I should say. Here we go. Let's go into our parent graph. Wish there's a way to go up. Is there a previous graph? I don't know if there was a previous graph to open. This, I want to go to, how do I switch graphs? Oh, I guess there must be a way to go. Oh, that's interesting. Check for ground. I want to go back to the graph I was on. Here it is. Check for ground, player, jump control. There it is. I'm doing absolutely wonderful, Thindle. How the heck have you been, folks? If you guys don't know Thindle, incredible.nev. Thindle. Gotta spell your name right. Incredible.nev developer. Go check him out. Why is that?
Very easy.
Still an issue.
With her.
Oh, I was editing this in play mode, apparently. Yeah, how's Zelda doing?
All right,
how's Zelda doing? She's doing all right. She's right here. Yeah, how's she been? I gotta add this way. This is a layer mask. And we're gonna say that collision with ground. Okay. Error's gone. Missing input for origin. Missing input value for origin. If I double click that, will it go into, it opens up my script. Okay. Like, where in my origin? It's saying missing input value for origin. Somewhere. Oh, up here. Up here. Okay. I really think this is cool. watching the data flow between the nodes is really cool. I think this will be really nice for teaching. Let's go to my player jump here. Teaching about flow control. You can just see the flow. Let's get our position. We're gonna node that in here. For picking an output color once? How was that? How'd that work? Okay, so it's just complaining there. Let's reduce our jump power. Go to 5. 10. Okay. So if I hit space, I go up. It's complaining there's no ground layer. Did this not, that is interesting. That I was hoping the subgraph would be identical between these. That is interesting. Duca Soft. She's cleaning her paw right now. Okay. Apparently, this subgraph. Oh, this subgraph. I can't just say. I want to use. I wonder if I have to. That's interesting. Source. Cancel. I want to. This should be like a separate function, a separate graph somehow. Which is interesting. I don't quite understand that. Switching to a macro source will delete the current embedded graph. Are you sure? No. Convert. All right, so I can save this here as a script. Let's call this our check foreground. Okay, so now it is a separate graph that I can reuse places. You can like make reusable functions like this. That's kind of cool. Going back's a little harder now. I want to switch graphs. How do I switch graphs here? Without, I don't want to, it's like kind of painful to switch between these. And I'm assuming it's just because I don't understand the nice way to switch between them. Graph inspector, I want to go. Wish there was like a drop down for switching between my graphs. So now I kind of have to come out here to go find it. Player jump. I get, okay, so just clicking on these switches pretty quickly. I could make my, all right, so maybe like my view doesn't quite work well. Like it's so, this takes up so much space. All right, but anyway, I can switch this way. Script graph. I want this, but like my project explorer elsewhere. Maybe I'll pull this out onto another window just so I have it. And like a separate window. On my other screen, I'm swapping between these things. Having my script, maybe I should have my script graph separate and then be swapping in that way. So now I can easily switch between these. You can't, so I have my project window here. I can switch between them like this. All right, so my player jump. All right, so now I can have this reuse this chunk here. So we're gonna say if we are not grounded, we want to check for ground from a specific position. We might add in some distance and stuff to this as well. Okay. Let me run this. So that jumps quite high. It jumps super high. Let's try a 6 here. Oh, my grounded is true. Why can't I jump? Let's try that. Why can't I jump a second time? Is grounded. Is true.
Whoa.
Mars! Welcome into the stream. How is your stream, Mars? Tell us all about it, Mars. Hang on, I gotta spell your name right. Mars, thank you so much for the raid. How is your stream? If you got a raid and run, no worries. Thank you so much for being here. We are playing around with Unity's visual scripting today, trying to learn how to use it. I don't need this variable anymore. But yeah, I hope you're having a beautiful day, my friend. Dindle, enjoy your lurk. Looking forward to seeing you back. Tell us all about your stream, Mars. And folks, if you don't know Mars, incredible streamer, give him some love. The winner of April's Mechanically Challenged challenge made an incredible implementation. Why did this only work the first time? A little confused by that. If is jumping, it's like is jumping isn't getting set to true. I'm really confused. We're on a spot the anomaly type of game today. We've been working on some entities that can spawn and possibly spook you. Gonna spook us? How dare you? How dare you try and spook me? I kid, of course. Nothing's flowing through this graph. Don't understand that. Is it because I didn't select this on a specific entity? Player jump controller now. Our player jump controller doesn't have anything flowing through it. Our player move controller. Why doesn't it show the flow? It was showing it before. We still see the values changing. I wonder if... Or is it because this is open? Close this tab. It's in our check for ground. So weird. I don't understand. Don't understand. Is there a button that I turned it on or off for? All right, so we're seeing it now, specifically in our... What script am I looking at here? It's our player input script. Okay. If I switch to my player jump control, I'm not seeing anything. What is the errors? I mean, invalid GUI, null reference. It fires once. It's like it's not updating. Now let's go look to our player jump controller here. I am a little confused. I don't know why it stopped doing that. Why don't I see it? Object, scene, app. Yeah, it's like this isn't the connected object anymore. I must have hit something that disabled the ability to modify these things at runtime, or I'm no longer viewing the specific one on my player. There we go. I select my player in my inspector and I can see it. Right, but now I go to player jump. Is it only? I want to view this one. It was doing it before. I don't understand this system well enough to understand how to get it to show that one. Am I not allowed to have multiple? Well, clearly I am allowed to have multiples. My player. This is where I want to be able to switch between scripts. Here, I want to be able to specify. I think this is our player movement controller. There we go. I want to see this one. Edit graph. There we go. All right, so now I see the flow. Now I'm seeing all the flow. Okay. So I hit jump. All right, these things are on. I'm no longer grounded. All right, so if I said I is grounded, I'm gonna press space bar. And we can watch all of this stuff flow through for a second. Yeah. So in our fixed update, if is jumping is true, you'll watch when I set is jumping to true, it triggers all of this stuff to go on. So it's gonna set our velocity here, which triggers all of these things to happen. Okay. And there's I think we do need to have it for both is grounded and is jumping. Because if I just have is jumping here, we could also say, well, how we set is jumping is going to be important because we can't actually set is jumping unless we're grounded. So spacebar won't work here. Where it is grounded, I can press spacebar to set it to true during that frame. And then it flows through here. So now the important part is, can we detect? So if, what variables? If we is grounded, if we're not grounded, we want to check for the ground. Okay, so we're going to check for the ground from our player. And then we can say if we are grounded now. So this is check for ground, checking if we're colliding with the ground here. This is the case. Then we can set our grounded variable. So if it's true, we're gonna go ahead and set it to true here. All right, so now, whew, that was spicy to get through. There we go. Now we have a jump. I can't double jump in the air. I can move. I can only jump if I'm on the ground. Okay. We got it. All right, our jump controller. It's a little bit tricky to get it all in there, but I managed to do it. All right, let's do a commit on this. Let's make sure we save. Woo. It's not too bad to look at here. Getting the input. So this gets our input. Okay. This gets our input. I delete this extra stuff now. All right. So this gets our input. Wonder if I can. Yeah, we can add sticky notes and stuff in here. This gets our input. This checks if we're on the ground. So like resets are on ground. And this actually performs the jump. This will actually perform the jump. Okay. Let me do a commit here. Go into Visual Studio Code. Git commit -m chore, or I guess a feat. Implement player jump controller visual script. All right, so now we can jump. Our player can jump here. And this is going to be our player jump controller. There's some things with this that are going to be gnarly. All right, so if I come back into my scene here, let's create another ground for us to jump on. Create another ground for us to jump on. Can scale it this way. All right, so create a platform that we can get up onto. All right. And there's going to be a little bit of, we're going to have to fix our player script here. So I can jump up, can't jump high enough. I might need to, going to have to adjust how high we can jump. And maybe change our gravity a little bit. But if I move this down here, and still go under. Woo! Let's turn off our rotation as well. Let's go into my player here. On my rigid body, I'm gonna say that I don't want to be able to rotate. I'm gonna freeze my rotation. If I hit the side of something, I don't want to do that. There we go. I can still jump into the side and like hold myself there. I want to be able to jump a little higher though. Let's adjust our jump velocity in our player jump script here. Okay, it's this float power. We can also, this is our player jump script. Neo Cyber, welcome to the stream. Happy to have you here on this beautiful day. Let's zoom in here. We're gonna set our jump here. Let's try 12. Maybe that'll be nice. 12 gets us pretty high, maybe a little bit too high. I feel like we're a little floaty, so I'm gonna increase my gravity scale. So we're a little bit less, we still a little bit floaty, but we come down there. Not too bad. So I have that. Let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to change my player left and right speed to 20 as well. We get a little bit more speed left and right. All right, so we can hop around like that. One thing I was going to say, see, notice my raycast is in the very center of my player, so I can't jump. I don't know if you can hear me smashing my space key. I can't jump if I'm here, right? I can only jump if I'm right there. So the resetting the ground doesn't work properly unless right there. So this is because we're doing a ray cast down. Instead, we could do a box cast down. Do a box cast that says do it along the whole bottom of our sprite. There's a couple different ways we can do it. We can actually add in like a collider as well. The ray cast was one way to do it, but we are not seeing everything beneath us, just one line directly, a ray right beneath us. So let's see if we can fix that. So check for ground is the visual script we wrote. And the challenge is that this ray cast only detects right beneath us, right beneath us. Can we swap this out? I'm curious if we can. Can we swap this out with a box hit? A physics 2D dot box cast? Yeah, can we do a box cast here? Origin, size, angle, direction, distance, layer mask. Let's try that. Let's do a little bit more. So getting the size of our thing.
Whoa.
Give me another thing. 2 nerdy nerds. Thank you for rating me today. You know you're 2 nerdy nerds. Welcome in. Welcome, Raiders. How are you? And you, 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 and hats, and you, and you, and you, and you. Thank you so much for the raid. 2 nerdy nerds, how you doing? Thank you so much for the hat. Meg, welcome into the stream. I'm sorry you don't have enough points. Someone give some here. Let's give everyone some points. Points, add all. 500. There you go. You can get all the hats now. All the hats. Oh, this was probably a terrible mistake. Mr. Zombie, thank you for the hat redeem. Thank you, Flavius. Thank you for the hat redeem. What? Oh no. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think we got 6, 5. 6 hats. There we go. 6 beautiful hats. I hope everyone's having a beautiful day. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy. I am Captain Coder. Captain Coder is me. And me is Captain Coder. And Captain Coder... Thank you for Tony for another hat redeem. Let's get another hat on here. Boom! Tony with the bonus hat. Oh my goodness. Another hat. There we go. I'm doing absolutely wonderful on this beautiful Sunday. Thank you guys so much for joining me. For anyone who's new here, I am Captain Coder. I am a computer science educator. My full-time job is teaching computer science and programming at a school for ages 10 to 14. So in the US, consider that a middle school. And this month is Learn You a Game Jam month. We have 2 hat tower. We need a hat tower defense game. Mag, we got to make a hat tower defense game. That's right. Folks, we'll get a shout out here for 2 nerdy nerds. Folks, if you guys don't know, the 2 nerdy nerds, they're like one of the most incredible streaming duos. You got to give them some love. Where's my mouse? My mouse! Why can't I draw anything? What's happening? Incredible streaming duo. There it is. Incredible. Click that heart. What are you waiting for? Click it. We need a hat tower defense game. So this month is Learn You a Game Jam month. Captain Coder, I host a Learn You a Game Jam. We got prizes coming in, so go check out Learn You a Game Jam here. Captain Coder's Learn You a Game Jam, where the goal isn't necessarily to make a cool game if you want, but not the coolest game. The winners are those that learn the most. So there's cash prizes, $750 in cash just for learning something and sharing what you learn with the community. 5 people will win. There's a $50 drawing. There's 5 $50 drawings for submitting a devlog, blog, or vlog about what you learned. And then 2 amazing people, 2 people who submit something that myself and 2 other judges deem to be incredibly awesome will win $250 each. So $750 in prize. Be sure to check it out. And in the spirit of learning about Learn You a Game Jam, I am trying to learn some new stuff. I am personally trying to learn some new stuff every day this month. Today I'm looking at Unity's visual scripting. And I'm having some fun with this. It's my first time using it, and it's pretty cool. I haven't done a ton of visual scripting in my life, and so I'm pretty excited about how cool this is, and thinking about how can I incorporate this into my teaching as a teacher. I hope you have a ton of fun. Oh, we're having so much fun with Mechanically Challenged. That's another thing you guys should consider joining. This month is Portals. That's another one. We got so many things going on here. Mechanically Challenged is another event that a monthly game challenge, monthly game mechanic challenge. This month is to implement Portals. So there's always something fun you can do here. We got some prizes here on Mechanically Challenged as well. Get your submissions in before July 1st for Mechanically Challenged. Moon and I will be reviewing them early in July. So every month we get a new mechanic challenge you to implement another game mechanic every month. Folks, thank you guys so much for being here. Whew, I'm winded. All these hats weighing me down, keeping me strong. So thank you guys so much for being here. Fodai Game Dev, Among Us, thank you for the follow. Fodai Game Dev, and Among Us ZF7YYH. Fodai Game Dev, and Among Us, thank you for following the captain. Thank you for following us today. I hope you enjoy your stay here at Captain Coder's Academy. Thank you guys so much for the love. Thank you for the follow. So wonderful to have you here. All right. So here's what we got. So far. I'm learning a little bit. So here is the little game I am putting together. All right. Here's a little game using the visual scripting. I have a very basic player controller here. So the player is the green square. We added in a movement controller. So let's go in here. Let's come in and look at the scripts I've written. So I'm on my player. Here is my player's movement controller. This is super cool. Check this out. The player's movement controller here I love that we can visualize how the data is flowing through our program. When I press, this is my user input right here. My left and right. When I press left and right, it's showing me the input, the speed of my player as I move left and right, and how it updates my player's velocity. Check this out. So when I press left, it updates this here, and then it flows into my player's rigid body velocity. All right, let's go look at my player's jump controller. So this is so cool to me. Let's go look at my player's jump controller. A little bit more complex. We have a couple different things here. So here's our user input. It's flowing through it saying, am I grounded? And did the player press jump? If both of those things are true, we're gonna set ourselves to is jumping here. So I press space. Watch this, this is so cool. When I press space, we're gonna see the data flow through here. Our is jumping is gonna go to true, and our player goes flying into the air. And you can edit it live while you're playing. It's super cool. So you can add stuff while you're playing. Okay, so then there's two other components here that we gotta look at. This one down here is actually where our jump begins. We say, if we're jumping, if is jumping is true, set our Y velocity to 12. We're gonna set our Y velocity to 12. Okay. Then we're gonna say, are we touching the ground? Yeah, this is built into Unity. Isn't it cool? I've never used this before, but I'm having a lot of fun with it. If we're grounded, okay, if we're not grounded, so we're checked to see if we are on the ground. If we're not on the ground, is jumping goes to false and is grounded goes to false. All right, so as soon as we leave the ground, and you can kind of see the traffic flow through here, you see them all light up. It's so fast that they light up there just for a second. If we hit the right scene, you can sort of see them flow through here. But it updates these things to false. And then the last little chunk of this is to say, okay, if we are not grounded, check to see, so this is us resetting our ground if we're falling, check for the ground, and if we're on the ground, is grounded gets set back to true. So while I'm in the air, notice while I'm in the air, it's checking to see if I'm grounded, and then finally here, when I touch the ground, check it out. The last little step here, while I'm in the air, all the traffic's flowing through, and then finally when I touch the ground, boom, we get one event here that fires, that sets is grounded back to true. They added it in 2022. If I ever be to start actually learn Antholous, do it. What's stopping you? Just get out there, do it now. And if you want to, do it and maybe learn something, share what you learn with the community, and potentially win some money, fame, fortune, win some prizes. Maybe I shouldn't say money. You can win some prizes if you join the Learn You a Game Jam, which is starting on the 19th. June 19th. You have 2 weeks. Learn something. The Game Jam isn't about making something awesome. It's about learning something. If you learn something, share what you learned with the community, you get entered to win $50. It's a prize drawing for learning something. So I really, really think this is cool here. So what I was about to show was that my current collision detection, if I land here, so if you're worried about where to start, join the Discord. We'll get you started. The Discord. And we'll get you started. We'll help you get going on it. There's nothing, pick an engine. Pick some engine. This is how you get started. Pick some engine, write some code, write a graph, do something. Just get a little character on the screen. So there's a little bug in my code is what I was going to show. There's a little bug in my code. So notice my character is not grounded even though I'm on the ground here. It's because I'm using a raycast, and that raycast is coming from the center, and it's missing this block here. So, but as soon as I move on, I'm back on the ground. So if I land somewhere like this, I'm not on the ground. Have your sustenance, Tuner Nerds. Enjoy your sustenance. I hope you're having something delicious. Thank you again so much for the raid. Oh, you guys can't see this. It's blocked. My head's blocking it. My head's blocking it here. So if I land here, right off the edge, my raycast happened right at the center. But Antholous, if you're worried about getting started, join the Discord. We'll help you get started. Post in there. How do I get started? What do I do? Just get in there, try and do something. I chose Blazor for my latest game part, not the easiest engine to work with for games. Yeah, that's almost a non-engine, right, Smab? It's a renderer and an input, but that's all you get, rendering and input. All the logic and processing you kind of have to do on your own, which can be really fun in and of itself. But Antholis, if you want any help getting started, feel free to join the Discord. We'll help you get started. We'll help you get started there. Tons of people there that want you to learn, want you to code, want you to grow. And another resource, you can go find some stuff over here. Maybe not the free, cheapest of resources, but there are some free resources as well. Okay, I'm having fun with this. I need to fix the graph here. My check for ground, I'm trying to use a box cast. So currently we are checking. Thank you so much for joining. Yeah, if you want any help, feel free to post in there. I hope you'll consider joining the Game Jam. There's tons of easy ways to get started making games. I would even recommend potentially doing TIC80. Antholis, thank you. Antholis, welcome aboard. Antholis, you're so grand. Thank you so much for the follow, Antholis. I hope you're having a beautiful day. So one of the tools I love for making games is called TIC80. Super easy to get started and just get something on the screen, moving around. I think Unity's not the best starter. Game Maker is a good one. You can get started with Unity. It's intimidating. There's so much in it. There's so much going on. There's so much to learn. Okay. Right now, I'm doing a raycast, so it's right in the center of my object. I actually want to check everything beneath it. And I'm curious what the return type here. This is a raycast. Okay, so it gives me back a raycast hit 2D from my box cast. So I think I can just plug in all of these things. Origin, size, let's do 1 by 1. Let's see if this will work. Angle is going to be 0. Our distance will be 1. Our layer mask, we're just going to move this up here. Then all of this output will be here. So I'm swapping out my raycast for a box cast. Okay. Let's delete that. So now I can still jump. Can I land off to the side here? Can I jump a bunch in the air? No. I have to wait till I'm on the ground to jump again. Boom. There we go. All right, I'm super happy with this. So I was able to swap out to a box cast very, very easily and have a thing here. Flavia, sorry, but a joke I heard from and found funny. What did Sushi A say to Sushi B? Wasabi? I like that. I like that. Wasabi, you know, I guess I don't need to explain the joke. I was going to explain the joke, but I find that that's a fun joke. All right, so it's pretty simple to swap in our box cast here because it does a ray cast out like this. Okay. Let's add in a camera control. All right, so we can do this, I think, pretty easily. I want to add a thing when my player moves on the screen. I want to follow the player. So right now, if my player moves off the screen, this is the game view. When my player moves off the screen, I can't see him. I want to make it so that my camera will follow the player off the screen. So I'm going to add a script to do that. I'm going to try adding a script to do that. I'm going to add that to my camera. So I'm going to add that to my camera here. I'm curious if I can set variables here. I can edit the graph, but I want an input into my graph. This will be interesting if I can do it. Be interesting because I want to add in a script machine here. Okay. And this script machine, we can add variables here. All right, target. All right, so this is gonna just be a transform. So we're gonna follow the player. All right, so I can add that in here. I'm gonna create a new script. I'm gonna put this in my scripts here. I'm gonna call this follower. Target follower. Oh, you know what? This is dumb. This is dumb. Let's remove this. I don't need you. All right, this is silly. I'm just gonna put my camera inside of my player. Now when my player moves, my camera will move with it. Yeah, there we go. And I'm gonna make it so my camera will have a minor offset from our player. Flavius, great joke, by the way. I should give you some points. Add Flavius. 250 points, great joke. Right, so I want my offset of my camera to be so that it is just above where my player is. So you see there, I want my player to sort of occupy the bottom of my camera. All right, let's try that. There we go. Now when I move, see, I was gonna write a whole script to do this, but I can just say, oh, put my player in there. All right, so my jump feels a little bit too high. So let's go into my script and modify that. So let's go to my player. You know, my player jump controller. See, I could add some variables here. This is interesting. This is interesting. I wonder if I can, yeah. Let's go to my player jump controller. Variable jump power. 12 is too much, try 8. Notice I get stuck to that wall there too. 8's not quite enough to get up there. Let's try 10. It's gonna say 9. 10 feels a little bit too much. Maybe I just need to move this down. Maybe this is actually feel really high. It doesn't feel that high. Okay. Let's try 9. All right, so I can get up there. You'll notice my player can stick to the side of things. My player can stick to the side of things. And this is because if I let go of the right arrow, it's because my velocity is getting set to move to the right. Saying, go ahead and move to the right there. So there's a couple things we can do to fix this. The simplest one would be to give our player a no friction. Remove it, make it so our player has no friction on it, because what's happening is our player, the friction is being pressed into it and then it holds it there. So one thing I could do would be to create a physics material for our player. So I have our player here, and we can set our player, it's actually our box collider here. We could create a new material. Let me go to my project view down here. And let's create a 2D physics material. I'm gonna just call it no friction. I think if I set the friction to 0 here for my collider box, my player will no longer stick. So I can still move. Yeah, and so now if I'm pressing right, I just move past it. So to really check it out, let's add in a wall. We'll add in a wall on the left side of our player here. So let's go to my scene view. Go ahead and duplicate this, and then I'm just gonna drag it out to make a wall. Boop. So now our player should not be able to, all right, if I jump, I slide up and down the wall, and I can't jump over the wall, I'm not tall enough. Or I can't jump high enough. But now we got a little platformer we can do to move around, add things to the level. I want to add a collectible. So the whole idea here was to create a game called Collection Quest, where you move around and you can pick up objects. You can pick things up, just collect little coins. So let's create a new, I'm going to change all these white squares a little bit. Let's give them a different color. White feels a little bit overwhelmingly white, a little too white there. Let's see if we can change all of them to gray. Is that better? I don't know if it's better, but it's certainly not worse. Question mark? Maybe, possibly, potentially. Who knows? We have a little player script now. All right, let's add in some collectibles. Let's add. I'm gonna put these into a little thing called terrain, maybe ground. I'm not sure, so that I can pull this scene out. I didn't mean to put that in there. So our terrain will be small here. Let's add in a little circle. This is gonna be our collectible, and I'll shrink it down a little, 0.5, 0.5. Yeah, and we'll make it gold. There's a little coin we can pick up. Little coin we can pick up here. What I want to happen is when we touch this, I want to remove it from the scene. So there's a couple ways we could potentially do this. I need to add in a collider. Okay, so I'm gonna do a circle collider. And so now our player can interact with it. By default, our player will not be able to, we could jump on it, right? By default, we can do that. I want to be able to move through it. So what I want to do is I'm gonna make it a trigger. So this means that I can run into it and get events for when I run into it, but it won't interact with physics objects, right? So I'm a physical object. I won't collide with it. Instead, I will trigger when I move into it. So when I move into this, I would like for it to be removed from the game. And then I'm going to add a score, increment my score. What are the number of coins? How many coins have I picked up? So let's look and see if we can do that with a visual script. Okay. And the question sort of becomes, do I put it on my player? Do I put it on the circle? Where do I put it? Where do I put it here? I think I want to add it to the coin. I'm going to call this a coin. And I want to do a thing that says when I collide with the coin, if it was my player, then go ahead and remove it. So how do we do that? For visual scripting, we're going to add in another script machine here. We're going to create a new script. I'm going to go into my scripts here. I'm going to call this coin controller, coin, something like that maybe. Coin controller. Collect. Maybe we could just call it collect coin. I'm not sure. Let's edit the graph though. What we're going to do is the event that we want is going to be our on trigger enter 2D. So when something enters this trigger, do something. Okay. Collider here is going to be the player's collider. And let's add a tag to our player here. Tag player. So that we can write an if that says, are we the player? Are we the player? So let's come back to 1 second. Let me pull this out to the side just so I can get to it a little bit easier. Let's go into my coin. We're going to say edit this graph. Okay. So if really there's a couple things we could do, but I want to do an if, say only if the player is touching this. This is interesting. Could also add, yeah, because these are script machines. Can we interact between script machine variables? I need like this global state somehow that keeps track of the number of coins we've collected. So I'm not quite sure how to do that in a visual scripting. But what we can say is if something enters this collision, go ahead and remove it. So we're going to do game destroy. I want to do game object destroy like this. Okay. And the object we're going to destroy is this dot game object. Get this dot game object. This isn't quite what we want. I want to get the game object. Can we just do game object? Game object. Get game object. I want to get the object we are attached to. So this isn't quite right, I don't think. Because I think this is referring to, oh, maybe it is. It's saying that this is a game object. Let's try this. Oh, I need to make it a trigger in the inspector. So our coin, I did it while we were in play mode. I made it a trigger. Now we have this. Okay, that did work. All right, so it removes that from the graph. And we only wanted, what we need to do is we need to send a message to the player somehow saying, give us some points, say how many coins we've done. But now I can actually have multiple coins in here. All right, so in my scene view, I can take this coin, I can create a bunch of these. We might use what's called a prefab. Then my project window here, I'm gonna create a folder called a prefab. This is gonna create an object that I can reuse, but also modify. So prefabs are pretty useful. If I decide to change how my coin works, I can change the prefab and I don't have to edit all of these things. Notice it turned blue. Okay, so now I can duplicate this. If I were to change one, it's gonna change all. So I can put some coins in the world here. We can go collect these coins, and we can potentially add in some sprites as well. But yeah, let's add some coins. Now we can go bump into these. Some questions if you don't mind. Answer only if you want. What exactly do you teach? Game dev or something else? So it's a good question. I teach a variety of different things, mostly computer science and programming related, mostly C#, but I also do web development. And then I also teach a couple classes in Lua. Do I do anything so like HTML, CSS, JavaScript? Other teachers at my school do Python, but I mostly do C#. It's not all game dev. Some of the classes are game dev. Unity is, I teach several Unity courses. I also teach a couple music classes, music production, so like creating digital music. So hope that answered your question. Do I have permission to make pixel art fan art of you? Absolutely, absolutely. Flavius, thank you so much for asking. Yeah, at my school I mostly teach computer science and programming. So this term I'm teaching a class that is about creating a game engine. So we're making a very simple game engine. It's called Game Engine Architecture. So we're implementing components of a game engine. I'm teaching a class called Retro Games in TIC80. So that's a Lua class where I make retro games. I'm teaching a class on web development. What else am I teaching? Tuesdays, Adventures in Lua, so which is just an intro to programming using Lua class. So game dev, game engine design, intro to Lua, TIC80. I'm teaching two TIC80 classes. One's sort of an intro to TIC80, and then the other one's an advanced TIC80 class. Friday, web dev, Lua, C#, an intro to C# course. Yeah, so I'm teaching 10 courses this term, all Lua, HTML, and C#. Or I should say web development, not just HTML. All right, so now we can go collect these. Awesome. Like that. So we have a little bit of a collection going on. Next, the thing I'd like to do is make it so that we could have a script that displays text on our screen. So when we collect the coins, it'll say how many coins we've collected. All right, so let's go ahead. We're gonna add a UI element here. I'm gonna use a Text Mesh Pro. That's the pretty normal way of doing it. It's a little bit weird. I found Unity UI stuff a little bit confusing initially. We're gonna take this text, we're gonna add it in the top right corner. You'll notice on my game screen it's massive. But it's gonna be bound to the top right corner. Let's set it to 18 pixels. And we're gonna have it say coins, and then how many coins you've collected. Okay. Maybe we'll do 14, 13, 12. Oh, 100, way too big. So it's gonna look like that. Oh, that's really small. It's actually really small. Okay, we'll actually do 16, 20, 24. It just looks massive because my screen is so small. It sets the text to always be that size. Okay, so there's a couple ways we could fix that. we can make it scale. So in our canvas, we could say, well, we're going to make this thing have a constant scale with screen size. That's what we'll do. And now, is that right? Do I need to hit apply there? All right, so now see how the text size scales as I resize that window. All right, Captain Krabs. I'm sorry, I need a way so people can discreetly know how many points they have, so it's not an accident there. It's okay. It's okay. Welcome in, Captain Krabs. Great to have you here. Or maybe I should just make it free, but then then things become crazy. Oh, weird. Weird. Try it again. Can you try hat again? That doesn't make sense. You're correct. That makes no sense. Weird. What was going on there? Thank you so much for the hat redeem. Did you change your username? Did you change your username? Thank you for the hat redeem. Let's get a hat in there. If you changed your username, it takes it a second. It takes it, my bot, it takes it second to, okay. So that was going on. My bots had you as Captain Krabs _, and it took it a second. So your very first message, apparently it didn't know, but it did transfer your points there for you after that first command or something. I don't know exactly the details there, but it seems to have transferred it over properly now. All right, so let's make this a 36. I'm having an amazing day so far. We're learning about visual scripting in Unity. Which is quite fun. Doesn't want to beep boop, doesn't want to work on Sunday. It's true, Code Monk. It's true. Okay. I want this to update based on the number of coins we've collected. I'm not sure how to do this with a visual script. Yeah, so there's some interesting things here. So I kind of need like a game controller. Let's create a variable called screen or like game controller or like information controller. This is gonna like tell us how many coins we have. This thing will know how many coins we have. And we need to send a message to it from these. So when we collect a coin, it's gonna send a message to this, and then this thing knows how to update this text. So it's gonna have a script machine. One of our variables needs to be our coins, I think, like coins collected. And this could be, it's gonna be an integer, how many coins we've collected, started at 0. And the other one's gonna be our text component. And this one, can I make this a text? Can I want it to be one of these? So the type is going to be a text mesh. Thank you for the hat redeem. We're gonna get that on our head in just a minute. Text mesh pro. It's gonna be this thing. Okay, it's not quite what we want. What is this? Text mesh pro text UI. Text UI. UGUI. I don't think this is right either. Okay, that worked. Okay. Dungeons and Dimples, holy cannoli. Welcome into the stream. How you doing on this beautiful day? Dungeons and Dimples, let's get another hat on this stack for you. It's getting a little unstable. We're gonna be wrapping up here pretty soon. I'm almost done with my collection quest game. Thank you for the hat redeem. Dimples, how the heck have you been? Congratulations on your number 21. Your number 21, not bad. All right, so the idea here is really, there's like an event I need to trigger or something. I'm great, thank you. I went to the UK Games Expo this weekend and had the most amazing time. How was your stream yesterday? Did you pick a winning submission? Yeah, I picked one. Moonus picked one. So there's some fabulous submissions to Mechanically Challenged. The solution I chose was AJ's solution. Fantastic Godot solution, and then Mooniz, I believe, shows to Faz's Unity submission. So 2 fabulous submissions for Mechanically Challenged. If anyone wants to know more about Mechanically Challenged, you can find a link to it here. Really cool stuff going on there. Hang on. Dimples, I hope you're doing well. We got to take a break here. I've been going for over a little bit over 2 hours now, I think. Yeah, so we took almost 2 hours. Yeah, congrats to everyone indeed. Dimples, how the heck have you been? Dimples, I'm gonna put you in charge while I'm gone. Folks, please go follow Dungeons and Dimples. Incredible board game streamer. Incredibly fun stuff going on over there.
And it's just attacking.
I gotta take a quick break.
Arrows.
Dimples, I'm so sorry I gotta take a quick break. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back.
What are you doing, honey? Die, Snow.
Sorry about that, Dimples. We're back, everybody. I know it's a weird time for me to be streaming late in the afternoon for me. I'm trying to try out a couple different streaming times, seeing if we can reach a broader community for our game jam that's coming up. Captain Coder's Learn You a Game Jam coming up in just 2 weeks. Just 2 weeks, June 19th to July 3rd. Learn something about game dev. And in the spirit of learning something new, I am learning about Unity's visual scripting. Unity's visual scripting tools here. So I'm making a game I'm calling Collection Quests, where you just have a character that moves around the screen collecting coins. And the last little bit here that I gotta do is update this coin counter as I move around the level. So I'm quite happy with this. I'm not entirely sure what I should do to do this, but the idea here is I need to somehow get a reference to this coin collector variable. Yeah, it's very exciting. And the game jam's about learning something new, not about making the coolest game. Making cool games is awesome, but you win by learning the most and sharing what you learned with the community in a way that those people can also learn from them. Yeah, so it's super exciting stuff. I don't know how to send. I'm thinking an event might be the best way to do this. So let me look at my script machine here. And let's create a new script. That's gonna be our coin, or like our game. Yeah, we're gonna do coin collection event, something like this. Coin collection event. And I want to do on event. Yeah, I'm not sure. List of Unity event calls, event trigger. Okay, so can we add in trigger inputs, data inputs? Ooh, maybe here. Maybe here we can add in a data input. Trigger input might be more what I want. Trigger input on coin changed. Does this do anything? Can I add this in here? Oops, that's the wrong button. On coin changed. I'm not sure. How do I get an event in here? We might not be able to finish this today, which is super sad. I was hoping to be able to finish a whole little game here today. On. Yeah, I want to do we could do something silly where we just always update the value. Flandiddly Anders. Welcome to the stream. What a great name, Flandiddly Anders. Welcome to the crew now. Flandiddly Anders. Thank you for following me today. Thank you so much for the follow. Yeah, it's interesting here. What are our inputs? If I add an input here, I'm curious where they show up. Yeah, it's weird that we can add these inputs, remove. That's sort of like if we use it as a subgraph. Let's see. Trigger. Let me try this. Event. Unity event. I don't know what to put here. Let's try. Let's just do an integer. Let's call this coins. And if I look at this, it doesn't show me this in the inspector. Yeah, I'm wondering how to get, so these are object. Okay, so these are object variables here. So I can get the object variables that are attached. Scene variables, app, saved. Okay. Something silly I can kind of do is say that get variable here. Ooh. Text component. Can we expose this to set the variable? Add node text text UI. What is this? 2 plus 2. I often think that too, right? Text mesh pro. If you're used to coding, absolutely. UI, but I want to expose this. Okay. Is there an expose option? Expose. Whoa. There's a lot of things on this. There's a lot of things on this. Holy cannoli. Yeah, so I'm so new to it that I'm just not used to it, right? So that could be part of it. All right, so there's a silly thing I'm just gonna do here, which is going to be that we're just gonna, we're just gonna set the text. All right. Set. Can I do a set variable? Set string. And I want to set. I want to set a variable. I can get the value. It would be this text mesh pro text mesh pro come on, UI GUI dot set dot text. I want to set the text value. Yeah, so I can pull this value out. I want to set you text UI. Let's. Thank you for the hat. Thank you for the hat. We gotta get out of here in just a few minutes, folks. The name of this thing is so big. I want to set this variable. Can I set the variable here? String. No escaping the hat stack. It's true. Dungeons and Dipples is on to me. It's like, oh, thanks for the hat. I gotta take a quick break. Still somewhere like, oh, were we wrapping up? Yeah, I gotta get out of here pretty quick. Thank you for the bonus hat. But yeah, we made some progress here. I don't know how to set some of these values. Thank you for the bonus hat, Dimples. There we go. There we go. We have a little game here we wrote with our visual scripting language. All right. Where we can move around, collect coins, jump around like this. I want to set the text here, and I'm not sure how to do that in the visual scripting. All right, so we'll exit here. I'm not sure how to do that. Enjoy your sleep, Flavius. Thank you so much for hanging out. Remember to keep being awesome. We'll see you next time. I'll be back tomorrow morning. My usual time. I'm gonna try streaming every day this month. We might not get there, but we're gonna try. We can expose. This is a text mesh pro UGUI. And I want to set text. Here it is. Set text. There it is. Set text. Here it is. So it's going to be this thing. And then we're just going to set the text. So we have to create a string. Create string. This is interesting. The string literal. Yeah. So it's 12:30 p.m. for me right now. So it is a weird time for me. I'm not usually on here. How do I create? I want to create a string. This is interesting because I want to create a string here from my coin value. What does create string do? In my visual scripting, creating strings feels interesting as well.
Seems good.
I want to make a string. We need to like concat. This is weird. This feels weird. So I wanted to say coins colon plus. So I have coins colon. This is interesting to visualize. String dot join. Nothing in there, and then values. I have to like create an array of values. This is weird. This feels weird. Coins, join's not gonna be quite right. I have to combine these. All right, add node. That feels so weird. String dot concat. No, that's not what I want. Whoa, that was weird. String dot. Essentially want to join two strings together, concatenate two strings. Okay. All right, so we're going to concatenate the word coins with the number of coins we have. I'm curious if this will work. And then we want to set, so every update, this is going to be, we don't really need to do this. We want to set our string here. Let's see. Oh, it won't let me put that in there as a source text. Okay, so that's not quite right. Set text. What data type is that? A string builder. All right, we want a text mesh pro UGUI text. Source text, string builder, char array. Can't I just set it to a string set text? There it is. There it is. All right. This feels really hard compared to just writing the code. All right. So every frame, we're just gonna set that text to whatever coins collected is. All right, let's go. Coins collected is not incrementing, but in our game controller here, if we set our coins to 1, there we go. So you can watch the coins increase or set to whatever value I set here. So we're going 5, 10, 19, whatever it is, that's the value that will be shown. Okay, so now, can I, when I collect a coin, this is the interesting, when I collect a coin, can I increase this number? So I'm like between two different scripts. How do I get access in my coin controller? I need to somehow update my game controller's variable. Yeah, so we need to like have it connected to a game controller, and then this somehow. All right, coin controller. Can I add in? Let's go to our coin prefab. Maybe in my scene I can have these variables are shared across the current scene. That might be the easiest way to do it. All right, so that's, maybe we'll do that. We'll do coins collected. We'll make this an integer. And now in my game controller, I need to have the same variable here. Coins collected. Integer. This is interesting. The question is, are these actually shared? Let's delete that one. It's going to be our scene variable. It might need to be an app variable, which would say it's like the whole program. But just in this scene, we have coins. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and get variable. We want to set. Is there an increment variable? There isn't. So we're going to set variable, set graph variable. Okay. And the value we want it to be, so this is a scene variable, coins collected. We need to get the current coins collected plus 1. So we want to do add. Is there an increment? There really isn't an increment. Yeah, add. So we're going to do an add. The current amount of coins we have plus 1. This can't be the best way to do this. There has to be a better way. This feels wild. And then we have to do a integer, just a constant, 1. So we increase it by 1, like that. Endogate, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Happy Sunday. Hope you're having a beautiful day. So we're going to set the scene variable. Why can't I see? Scene variable? Hang on. Coins collected. I've just attached this to the wrong spot. Set coins collected to whatever coins collected was plus 1. Okay. Okay. We can collect some coins now. There we go. That was what we were going to try and do. Okay. So that's interesting. I personally don't know how I feel about having scene variables like this. I would like a way to encapsulate that better. All right, in our game controller, we can get rid of this now. There's also sort of like an event I might want to have. Visual scripting here. Our scene variables. There they are. I like it's interesting. It's interesting how we do it. But we wrote a whole little game here using visual scripting. You know, it's not. We could clean it up, make it nicer. But Endogate, welcome to the stream. Here we go. So we have our character. We can go collect coins. They get removed from the scene. We collect them. Then we could potentially put a little thing in here where we can use the coins. But We learned a little bit about visual scripting today. Super fun. We will be back tomorrow. Do a little promotion here. All right, so don't forget, this month we got a couple things going on. Be sure to join the Discord. We're going to find someone to raid out to. Suggestions, if you got them. Suggestions, if we got them. But join the Discord if you have questions, if you want to learn how to program, if you want to learn how to do game dev. All kinds of awesome people out there helping us out with that. We have Captain Coders Learn You a Game Jam coming up starting on June 19th to July 3rd. 2 weeks of fun, 2 weeks of learning, 2 weeks of coding and growing and working as a community to make awesome stuff. And then also Mechanically Challenged. If you want an even further challenge, we're implementing Portal Physics this month. So go check it out. Mechanically Challenged, super, super cool stuff going on. All right, we're going to raid out of here. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today, making my day awesome, helping me learn about visual scripting in Unity. Let's go give JD Does Dev a raid. Let's check out JD Does Dev. You going for an hour? Yeah, we're going to raid JD Does Dev, folks. Folks, JD Does Dev, JD Does Game Dev, JD Does It All. Let me copy this here. When we get there, give him some love. Incredible streamer, incredible programmer. He's making a game. It's like a horror game similar to, what's the game? Five Nights at Freddy's-esque. Five Nights at Freddy's-esque spooky game about a bear who doesn't like fire in the woods. Folks, we'll be back tomorrow. Keep coding, keep growing. You're welcome back anytime. Have a beautiful day. Bye-bye.